to sign in?
Time being 6 o'clock, we call the Franklin Town Council meeting to order, January 21st, 2026. Ask for a moment of silence. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Note to residents, all citizens are welcome to attend meetings in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using the number 1-929-205-6099. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens may join the Zoom webinar. Meetings are recorded and archived in Franklin TV on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown repeatedly on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. The Zoom webinar detail ID number is 837-6897-1986. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Announcements from the chair. The meeting is being recorded by Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. The chair identifies Mike LeBlanc is going to try to Zoom in, but he is traveling for work and has a meeting at 6, so he might be, Jamie, keep an eye on it, he might be Zooming in.
Yep.
So we're not sure.
You got it.
There are no upcoming town-sponsored community events, so citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda, in compliance with Chapter 30A, Section 20. The open meeting law, the council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact. Do we have anybody in the audience that is, please state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Heather Zolnowski, and I live at 51 Anthony Road in Franklin. I am a 17-year resident and taxpayer of the town of Franklin, the parent of a former FHS alumni and a parent of a current FHS student, a 7th grader at BFCCPS, and I have worked for the Benjamin Franklin Classical Charter Public School for 18 years and have served as its school leader for the past 12. I am here this evening to follow up on inaccurate information presented to the town council regarding BFCCPS at the December 3rd meeting. BFCCPS has been a public school option for Franklin families for 31 years. During my time, we have worked collaboratively with 3 superintendents and 2 town administrators to support public education in Franklin. Given this long history of partnership, it was disappointing that inaccurate information was shared. A town council member asked if there was a cap on the number of students from Franklin that could attend charter schools, and the answer provided was no, there is no cap. Charter school enrollment is capped in the state law and regulation. In districts not in the lowest performing 10% statewide, No more than 9% of net school spending may go to Commonwealth charter schools. While it was stated on December 3rd that there are no enrollment caps on charter schools, there are clear limits. Charter schools cannot enroll an unlimited number of students from Franklin. According to DESE's fiscal 2026 projections, Franklin is at a 5.7% net school spending, well below the 9% cap. Expansion of BFCCPS has not negatively impacted the Franklin Public Schools. BFCCPS received approval in 2014 to regionalize and serve 14 towns in addition to Franklin. Since then, Franklin enrollment has declined. Prior to regionalization, 422 Franklin students attended BFCCPS. In 2019, when we moved to 500 Financial Park to begin expansion, 375 students were enrolled at BFCCPS. And today, although we are at fully enrolled expansion of 900, only 312 students attend from Franklin, 110 fewer than before regionalization and expansion. Charter school reimbursement. District schools are reimbursed for students attending charter schools at the rate of 100% in year 1 of attendance, 60% in year 2, and 40% in year 3. As a member of the board of the Massachusetts Charter Public School Association, BFCCPS continues to strongly advocate to the state level for full reimbursement to districts as intended in the statute. While there were more inconsistencies in the answers provided to the town council on December 3rd, I feel like those were the 3 most important to correct. If the town council or the finance committee would like a more detailed presentation on charter school funding or enrollment, I would be happy to provide that. Please do not hesitate to reach out with any questions. Some of you will be attending our capstone presentations next week. We have invited all of you to attend. If you're available to attend, you have an opportunity to see the impact that our students are having on the community around them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience? Joe, go ahead. State your name and your address, Joe.
Pine Street Inn, Boston. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joe McGann, a lifelong resident of Franklin. Reside at 120 Lewis Street here in Franklin. I'm here before you tonight for the 2 vacant seats that exist right now on the zoning board of appeals.
Yeah, agenda. You can't talk about that, Joe, because it's on the agenda tonight. You can speak then.
No, go ahead.
You have to wait to speak.
You have to wait.
Is my application part of your agenda tonight, or is the application that's been submitted by the 2 applicants and by Mr. Helen on your agenda? Mine is not on your agenda.
No, it isn't, but the
Vacancies.
Thank you. The vacancy is. Go ahead, Jen.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So as I've explained to Joe and everybody else, the town charter is clear. The town administrator nominates a member of a board or committee. The council ratifies them. It's not an à la carte. It's not like 5 candidates go before you. There's 1 nomination before you tonight. Mr. McCann's nomination and application are not on the agenda tonight. It is not being considered by the board and cannot be considered by the board. The council cannot amend the resolution tonight, can't change it. It's a yay or nay, up or down vote on the 2 candidates for ZBA tonight. Thank you.
But he cannot talk about this because it's on the agenda
Correct.
tonight, right?
Correct. The chair has full discretion to call on any member in the audience or anybody else during that item if they
During
want to
that
speak.
item.
That's correct.
Exactly.
That's
So,
the
Joe,
chair's
you'll have to-
discretion.
You'll have to talk when we go to that.
Fine, I will.
Okay.
I'd just like to make one statement back to Mr. Helen. Him and I had a lengthy conversation yesterday. He did not mention any of this yesterday in our conversation. We spoke on the phone a good 45 minutes. I'm going to defer, as the chairman has said. You are contradicting 100% what you said to me yesterday on the phone.
Well, let that,
I want the public to know that, and I'd like the
Well, you
council to know that.
Joe, I'll debate it all night if you want.
Yeah, we can.
That's not true.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Again,
You know it's not.
why would I say it?
well, we can bring this all up.
Why would I say it?
We can bring this
Chairman.
all up. We can bring this all up when we.
Not
do the-
true, it's you.
Dave,
Dave Callahan, 30 Plain Street. With budget season coming up, though, I think it's going to be 355 East Central. I'll be living for a while. Here with the school committee update. So we had our first school committee meeting of the new year just a couple of weeks ago, kicked off a marathon session about like 4.5 hours. I'll do my best to kind of recap it within 3 minutes. So first, we had an update from the high school about the program of studies, and innovation was really kind of like the key word that night. As they're really trying to figure out, what classes can be offered given the financial realities that we all have to kind of live in. Folks may know we had to cut Latin from like the world language at the high school. But what they kind of presented out, what they're looking to do is have Latin with a legal study and Latin with a medical study for those kiddos either that were already kind of in the program and then had to have the program itself cut, or just looking to kind of go on to the legal field or medical field in college and then post-grad. Also with innovation, for a while now, they've been working on a grant. They were able to secure a grant for the Innovative Career Pathways. This is like a state-recognized program that takes kids that are in the pathways we're looking at, really in the business sector and healthcare, and brings them together through classes, but also through guest presentations with internships with a lot of different programs that are out there, a 100-hour capstone project in these fields. So kids are not only kind of learning getting a great education within Franklin High School, but also seeing exactly what it is in the career that they're looking to kind of pursue. We had an amazing presentation from the Office of Teaching and Learning. It was a two-parter. The first part talks all about how do we teach our kids in 2025. The systems that we use, the curriculum that we're looking at, and how do we best utilize every tax dollar when we're kind of coming in teaching our kiddos. Part two was then, what's the results? And they showed some amazing MCAS data that talked about how we compare both to ourselves and our past, but also in kind of comparable neighborhoods and towns across the Commonwealth. Cannot do that justice. It was an amazing presentation the time I have here, but if you have an opportunity, check out the Office of Teaching and Learning presentation. It's phenomenal. Lastly, I'll close. We had a great update talking about the daycare center that Franklin Public Schools is looking to kind of roll out. This was talked about when we were doing the big reorganization. We had some available space over at ECDC on Pond, it was formerly Kennedy, and Lifelong Learning, Patty Gay and her team have been hard at work to create a daycare center for Franklin teachers, utilizing some of the space that's over there. They're looking at this to roll out as a net neutral, just like a lot of lifelong learning where it's self-sustaining. So not looking at it from a hit from financial aspect, but from a recruitment and retention tool for Franklin teachers, it's phenomenal. Oh my God, it's amazing. Anybody who's had to kind of deal with daycare most recently, the costs are out there, but just knowing that you're dropping your kiddo off just right down the street from where you work, and the district that is following your schedule. So right now, a lot of times you have kids in daycare, you have to pay over April break, over summer, just to hold a spot. And this daycare center is going to be, it's Franklin Public Schools, so it's going to be following the Franklin Public School calendar. So just from that human capital aspect is going to pay dividends. And the amazing news is they're looking to launch this coming fall. So they're going to have a bigger update come May and June, but such an exciting opportunity that's still kind of coming from this reorganization that we went through. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Dave. Great news there. Anybody else in the audience before I go to Zoom? I think my buddy Mark Minichelli has a comment.
Just give me 1 sec, Bob.
Yeah?
Super fickle. Hold on 1 second. There we go.
There we go.
Mark, you should be all set.
Hello, Mark.
Mark?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mark.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, great. Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. Good evening, counselors. Tonight, I am out of town, but I have a serious concern to share with you. 3 days ago, I was made aware of an email that was sent out to a neighborhood-wide distribution by Councilor Grella. The email briefly explains his intention to sue the Franklin ZBA over its recent approval of the 444 East Central Street project. And Mr. Grella also asks for people to contribute to an account to fund the attorney being used for the lawsuit. In the email, Mr. Grella explains he needs to raise $25,000 by Friday, January 16th, and that, quote, the appeal will be suing the ZBA, but not for any money. The attorney is just suing to have the decision overturned, unquote. I understand that Councilor Grella has the right to sue the ZBA as a private citizen, but that does not make it right. This action may or may not violate ethics rules. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to violate the spirit of ethics rules. This lawsuit will likely cost our town tens of thousands of dollars to defend. In addition, it will be a huge distraction on multiple fronts for several town officials and departments. It will also likely trigger a countersuit by the developer, adding more cost and distraction to town officials. A sitting member of the town council, in my opinion, should not be challenging the validity and authority of another town board or committee through the use of a lawsuit. The ZBA's decision should be respected by town council members, just as town council expects its decisions to be respected by other town officials. Taking this action continues to drive a wedge deeper within our community rather than bringing us together and healing our division, something we dearly need right now. Councilor Grella should have voluntarily disclosed this action to the public at a town council meeting before tonight. It would have been the right thing to do. What if the lawsuit is successful? The prior ZBA decision is nullified. Then would the new ZBA need to re-examine, deliberate, and vote again on the proposed project? If so, anyone involved with the proposed lawsuit or abutting the project would seem to have a vested interest in approving new ZBA members, raising conflict of interest and ethics questions. Anyone involved in this lawsuit should not be deliberating or voting on the newly proposed additions to the ZBA, in my opinion, as they are tainted by a potential conflict of interest regarding future ZBA decisions. This is yet another reason why I think moving forward with this lawsuit is a bad idea. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Mark. Is there anybody else out there? So we're gonna move on.
No.
Move on from citizens' comments. That's actually pretty fast tonight. So, next item on the agenda is approval for minutes, January 7th, 2026. Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. Additions, deletions. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Do we need to do a roll call because, Long's
No.
not here?
No,
He shows up,
if he
yeah.
was on Zoom.
Then we have to do.
Okay. That's when you get mad at him.
But he's not.
But he's not on Zoom, no. So, opposed? No opposed, motion passed. We have one proclamation tonight, Scotty Smith's retirement. We have a proclamation. Smitty, get up there. So, Smitty, this is a proclamation from the town of Franklin on your retirement from the Franklin DPW. Whereas Scott Smitty Smith joined the Franklin Department of Public Works on April 19, 1993, after working at both Bellingham and Medfield DPW, but unfortunately was injured on July 20, 2024, and since then was unable to return back to work. And whereas, therefore, after 32 years of dedicated service, he retired on December 31st, 2025. And whereas, throughout his 32 years of service, Smitty served as a heavy equipment operator, L3, You gotta know what that is, but it's part of your license. So, assigned mostly to the sewer department, where he was not afraid to get dirty and was a reliable and invaluable member of the Franklin Department of Public Works. And whereas during his tenure, he loved to operate all machinery, but definitely took pride in running the sewer vac machine. If you guys don't know what that is, I know what it is. It's really not a good place to be. It's not a good thing to operate, and it's definitely not a good thing to work on. So I don't have to work on them anymore, thank God. And so when official sewer vac operation position was created in December 2022, he was the obvious choice to fill it. And whereas when he wasn't operating the vac truck, clearing sewer blockages, or performing proactive cleaning of the sewer mains, he could be found testing his welding skills by fabricating parts or needed items over the 23 years in the lift towers. That's a good job, pal. That's good. I wish I had more people like you. And whereas Smitty was a dedicated and valued member of the Franklin Department of Public Works, whose commitment and contribution to the department and the community are greatly appreciated, and he is wished many happy years of retirement. Now therefore be it known that Scotty Smitty Smith is hereby commended and recognized by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin for over 32 years of dedicated service with the Franklin Department of Public Works, and congratulations on your retirement. It's signed by myself, Chairman of the Franklin Town Council. Smitty, enjoy your retirement, brother. Want to do a picture with us, Smitty?
Yeah, you want to take a recess for 5 minutes?
Yeah, a recess for a couple minutes. We'll take a picture with Smitty.
Smitty?
Come on up here.
Thanks. Thanks, Scotty.
Thanks, Scotty, brother. Thank you. All right, let's get back to business here. So we have, tonight we have appointments. We have 2 appointments. Zoning Board of Appeals. Isabella Carter, we're gonna do first. Is she here?
Yep, Isabella's here.
You wanna sit down, Isabella?
Can I just? Yeah. Yeah, just in the seat, Isabella.
Wherever you want.
Get comfy.
Get comfortable.
Yeah.
All right, Jamie, why
Yeah.
don't you kick it off?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the council, I won't read through the entire memo. I think I already gave my my opinion on a variety of matters there, but just for the folks that are watching from home or maybe didn't have a chance to take a look at the memo, tonight I'm asking for the council to ratify my nomination appointments of Jennifer Williams and Isabella Carter as at-large members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. First on the agenda is Isabella Carter. We've included in there her application as well as her resume. But just as background, as many people, as we're getting kicked off with the new year, may be unaware, Archie Acevedo, who's a member of the ZBA, actually resigned on January 7th. So the appointment this evening for Isabella is actually, the vote tonight is to finish Archie's term, which ends on June 30th of 2026. And in meeting Isabella and talking to her, it's my full intention, just to be clear, that I will nominate Isabella again in June to then have a full 3-year term, basically succeeding Archie's 20-some-odd years, 22 years respectively on the ZBA. Also, as I brought to the public's attention back in August and September, when several folks have asked, Mr. Hunchard's term actually expired last June. But as many of you on the council know, and I know people that were interested in 444 may have known, it jeopardized the hearing, in my view, of trying to make a change with the chairman of the ZBA in the middle of that hearing. For the record, which I'm sure will come up later, one of the associates, an associate member of the ZBA could have filled in if Mr. Hunchard had either resigned or if he was unavailable. However, due to the 2 associates were actually, one recused themselves, Mr. Halligan, because he's property abutter, and also Megan Whitmore had missed more than one of the legally required meetings that you have to for a hearing. So she essentially disqualified herself from participating. And I think I mentioned that in some of the memo or talked about it at the time, but neither one of those associates were then eligible to be a voting member of the ZBA in the middle of that process. So I wrote an extensive memo. I've incorporated it in this packet. But with the case at 444 being over and past the appeal period, past the filing deadline that was required under state law, we do have a bit of a time right now where we can revisit Mr. Hunchard's appointment. And I have nominated Jennifer Williams, who's up here and we consider later on, to fill the rest of that term technically, because we're already 6-7 months into that term. So that term will go through, if ratified, June 30th of 2028. You know, obviously, we've spoken as a community many, many times before about how challenging it is to get members of the community to volunteer for the ZBA. As many people know, Ms. Williams did apply last July at some point. I was very transparent about that. There were no other applications that were in the queue until I received the one from Isabella Carter a little later that fall, and I commend her and her bravery and her expertise for stepping up for this community, for a board where it seemingly seems that really nobody seems to want to check off that box, which is heartbreaking and disappointing. And because it actually is a really, really great board to be a part of. It's extremely, I mean, for people like us that are land use geeks, it's a great board to serve on. It's a great board to be a part of. Councilor DeLorco is famous for saying many times, you know, we're here to help Franklin people. And the ZBA actually helps Franklin people exponentially more than what I think gets publicized a lot of times on social media. With that being said, very quickly, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Bruce and Archie for their incredibly long service to this community. I'm certainly well aware of the critique out there of any member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, from past members to Mr. Hunchard to anybody else, and the critique of their decisions. And that's certainly fair for people to be either happy or displeased with the decisions they make. That being said, Mr. Hunchard and Archie served for 56 years combined on that board. That is a long time, including Bruce, for 34 years of his own time, no pay, no money. And what oftentimes goes unheard are a lot of the day-to-day zoning board meetings where no one usually shows up. It's usually just small variances or pool setbacks or shed or something like that that help Franklin families essentially achieve their dream of what they're doing with their property. And 99% of the decisions they make are actually things to help residential homeowners either move to Franklin or sell their home or build their home. All of that, by the way, does get baked into our property values and does get baked into tax levy and new growth. And so I want to thank Bruce and Archie for their incredible service to the town for the last 3 or 4 decades. So before you tonight, first, Mr. Chairman, is the nomination of Ms. Carter, who's before you. And thank you very much for allowing me to do the opening remarks, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Well, before we go to the council, you have anything to say, Isabella? You like to sell yourself a little bit?
Put you on the spot.
I mean, your
Sure.
resume is very good.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Well, so I find myself wanting to contribute to the community in some way. For the past 5 or so years, I was volunteering with the Franklin Youth Soccer as a coach, and I've stepped back from that, and so I wanted to do something where I can actually use some of my background, my experience. And I had seen that the zoning board had the opening, and it seemed like they were almost desperate for volunteers. So I figured, why not throw my hat in the ring? Yeah. So I have, you all have my resume, but I have over 20 years of experience working as an engineer, structural engineer, in the building and construction industry. I have worked and continue to work closely with architects and other consulting engineers and developers, owners, construction professionals, and I think I can bring some technical knowledge to this position.
Thank you. Now, I'll go to the council. Do you have any questions?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Isabella. Thanks for stepping up to do this. Are you sure you want to do this? Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I think your background and your experience and everything is probably a good fit. I guess more broadly, not specific to you, but as the ZBA is turning over after so many years with new members, it's not for tonight, but further down the road, I really do think we as a council need to explore adding more members to the ZBA. I think the weight of those decisions, the impact of those is really important, and I think just the way it's structured now, I believe we'd all benefit by having a few more voices on there. So that's a separate issue for another time. I guess my only question kind of related to zoning and I'm sure you followed all of the excitement over the last year or 2 or 3 with some of the larger projects that have gone in. And particularly with respect to 40Bs, we just passed a resolution in the last meeting in terms of larger apartment complexes and this council's desire not to promote those. I don't think we'll be initiating a LIP anytime soon from this group. But if there were another hostile 40B that came up on another particular property, are you, and I don't want to put you on the spot in terms of how you would decide, but just generally get your thoughts on safe harbor, when that would be used, and what your thoughts are on that?
Yeah, I can't really answer specifically, obviously. I'd have to see all of the factors. What's being proposed, what types of variances are being requested, how many variances are or waivers, I should say, how many waivers are being requested, and understand if we think it's feasible to invoke safe harbor, if it makes sense. But I would have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, again, safe harbor meaning that we can use safe harbor to refuse a project if we're over 10%
Right.
of the subsidized housing industry index, which I think we're at 11% now. Maybe that grows as other projects come online. I don't think it's too forward for me to think that a pretty good number of folks in town would favor using safe harbor. And again, not to put you on the spot necessarily, but hopefully you know and recognize that that is a big sentiment across the
Yes,
residents.
I'm aware.
Thank you.
Just to, to follow up on something Councilor Malloy touched on, I think your resume is fantastic. I think you would be absolutely an asset to the ZBA. I commend you for volunteering your time and taking part of it. More broadly, on the topic of the ZBA for this committee, I know there's been some discussion about the number of people on that committee. 3 is tough. And just want you to be aware of it. 3 is tough because we can't meet as a, what is it? It's a quorum once you have 2 people, because it violates open meeting laws, which means it's going to be difficult. I just want you to be aware of this. It's going to be difficult to have conversations, discussions about the topics that you're covering with the other members of the committee. So until such time as we're able to expand the ZBA, which frankly would take a change in our charter, which is a much broader process, you'll have to recognize that that's a limitation that you're going to be working with. I don't know if it's possible for us to use the non-voting members as a sounding board, or maybe there's some other way. It's perhaps something we can discuss at some other time. But just wanted to make sure that that's something you are aware of. As I said before, I think you'd be an excellent addition. Just want you to go in with your eyes wide open.
Absolutely.
So first of all, thank you so much for throwing your name in the hat. As you said, there were many calls for applications for this, and in October we had none, other than Ms. Williams, who was still on a board or was just moving off of a board. And thank you also for your long history of volunteerism in this town. I know my kids have benefited from your soccer coaching skills. And your resume is incredible. I think it is a really good fit for the ZBA. I just wanted to know if you wanted to elaborate on kind of your experience of working within and understanding design constraints and different things like that might come up as as a part of the role on the ZBA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I primarily work with building construction, and so frequently new buildings or existing buildings have limitations, whether it's a property line limitation or there might be a flood elevation to work around, or maybe the owners have some needs where they need, I'm going to throw out some examples about specific buildings. They need a certain clearance for their ceilings, but then the zoning regulations don't allow the building to be taller than X number of feet. And so we have to work within those limitations and try to find a balance, try to find the best solution that works for everybody. I always work with a team. It's never just me. I'm a consultant. And so I work with, again, other design professionals, other consultants, and we look at who needs to snake some mechanical equipment through that structure. Another project I'm currently working on, there's a fire road that snakes around the building, and so we have to make sure that the building overhang doesn't impede on that space so that trucks can get through there. And so we're always just discussing things openly, communicating, and trying to find the best balance amongst all of the parties and all of the stakeholders.
Thank you. I think, in the first line of your resume saying successfully managed and completed several new construction and renovation projects from inception through completion, and the example you just gave speaks incredibly well to your fitness on this role. And I know that as council, our job tonight is to ratify or not ratify based on the fitness and merit of the applicants, and I think you would be an incredible asset to the ZBA. So I just wanted to thank you again for volunteering.
Thank you.
Sure. Since we're going down the line.
Just go right down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Isabella. So nice to see you. For anybody that doesn't know, Isabella and I are neighbors, so I might be a little bit biased as to how great she is, but. No, she's one of the good ones. She's one of the good ones. Her and her husband and kids are a wonderful addition to our neighborhood. And your resume is impressive. And I think more of a comment than a question to you, but there's going to have to be some thick skin here with this job, right? Because you're coming in at a contentious time. You're filling in for, people that have been there a really long time, so you got to kind of make your own spot. But you're going to have to weigh what you know is right and legal and by the book versus what maybe the community wants and advocates to you for, and that's a balancing act, right? And that's going to be, I think that's probably the toughest thing you and anyone on the ZBA has going forward, is how can you communicate to the residents your intentions and still have them feel heard.
Right.
And maybe there's some compromise sometimes. I think many of our committees in the past have just kind of said, well, I know this to be right and we're just going to do it, and the community kind of feels sometimes left out, and particularly on the big projects that require a huge number of variances sometimes, right? So I wish you all the luck in the world. I know you have the spirit and the patience to be able to do this, and I wish you all the luck, and thank you very much for stepping up to do this this tough role, Isabel. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jack?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for stepping up to the plate. It means a lot to have, it's more thankless than the town council in some ways, unfortunately. I had a question for Jamie, and then I had a question for you as well. Mr. Helen, out of the applicant pool, do you believe that the candidates before us tonight are the most qualified? And if so, why do you think they're the most qualified?
Yeah, it's a great question. I do think they're the most qualified. I think both candidates tonight are extremely qualified. One, I do value the fact that during a tumultuous time, these two folks said, we're going to step up to the plate. If somebody steps up 6 months from now, that's wonderful. Like, I'm not, saying that that's any more or worse, but I think with everything that was going on in town in that year, both of the folks that are up tonight said, we'll put our hat in the ring and we're happy to do this. I think to Councilor Cormier-Ledger's point, the thick skin element, I think both Ms. Carter and Ms. Williams absolutely have thick skin. They're very bright, they're very intelligent. They both have technical experience in this area, right? Obviously by the resumes, but frequently I say I don't really believe in resumes. I think if people want to volunteer their community, they should have an opportunity to do that. In this case, it's probably one of the couple boards, maybe the only board, that the wrong person getting on the board can really hurt themselves, right? There's a lot of legal issues that go around with this stuff, and so having people that have knowledge, have technical experience, can read plans, like Isabella can, and discuss issues with architects, interior designers, construction supervisors, and be able to talk that language during the board meetings when it gets into incredible detail. Most people found the deliberations at 4:44 after the hearing were closed like paint drying, right? Many people said they were boring, they were 9 hours long, I couldn't get through them, because that's the Zoning Board of Appeals. You have to want to learn that stuff, know that stuff, and work with that stuff. Also, they're both people who are thoughtful, they're both people who have committed to listening, having meetings in person. I think the issues that we've heard about the ZBA are really about restoring trust and respect. And I think both of these candidates will go a long way in achieving that. So I think they are the most qualified folks that are on the ballot, and obviously that's why I nominated them.
Thank you. And I guess, to your point about the legal issues and sort of building trust, one of the questions or comments that I've received via email was regarding recusal. And in terms of, you were appointed to the ZBA, is there any instances where you would have to expect to recuse yourself? And walk me through how you would identify when recusal is necessary.
Sure. So I work in consulting, and the firm that I'm currently working for does have some residential projects in-house. If any of those projects, or any other projects that aren't residential, but if they happen to be located in Franklin and they needed to go through the ZBA, I would definitely recuse myself.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Jane?
First, thank you for stepping up. It's so nice to see new faces. Your resume literally is very impressive, and it really did blow me away. I have really one actual question. On the form in your narrative section, you said you have about 4 hours per week available. Now, typically, if it's just regular everyday stuff, that's gonna be fine, but when you have something that's massive going on, it could demand a lot more than 4 hours a week. Are you going to be able to do that? The goal is not to have Zoom meetings on a regular, but in-person
Right.
meetings.
Yep. No, I would be able to make the time for that. Like I said, I stepped back from my other volunteer experience, so I have 2 young kids, but when these things come up, I can make the commitment.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for stepping up and taking the time and meet with us, and also to volunteer your time. Really appreciate that. As everyone has said, your resume is excellent. Really appreciate having new people come on board, people who are smart, who look through the law, who deliberate, and so your qualifications are excellent. I agree with what other town councilor says about the increasing the size of the ZBA. I think that's, that's necessary, mostly just so that there can be meetings, one-on-ones outside of it, especially if you're training a new ZBA member. No, I think that I really don't have much more to say than that. That's really, thanks again for stepping up for this.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, Jane kind of took my question. I was just wondering about the commitment, as long as, because it can be a big commitment. So I know I was coaching when I got on, and I ended up leaving after a couple of years. But, no, your resume is outstanding, and I think you'll be a great addition to the ZBA. So, following any further, I think I will, the community can talk. Go ahead. I was going to go into it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Halligan, One Newell Drive, presently on the ZBA as an associate. This came across me really quick last minute here, and I wanted to speak before both candidates were voted in, so no one feels like I'm trying to steal someone else's position. We all seem to have the same experience. I was on the board, planning board for 14 years. I was on the master plan committee for almost 2 years in zoning. And I also am on the ZBA as an alternate now for about 1 year and 8 months. I feel, and this is my opinion, that being that long and that much experience in the town, that I could have possibly had the opportunity to step up a little bit. Similar to Mr. Delaco, Mr. Cormier, you were down here, you slid up, you put your time in, and you get that position. I don't want to say it was hurtful, but again, it snuck up on me real quickly. I have that experience. I have the boots on the ground. I've gone through every permitting process the town of Franklin has ever had. So I understand it thoroughly. I can say, other than the new members that are on the council, I would bet a dinner to anybody. In 20 years of service to the town of Franklin, I have never missed a meeting in almost 20 years of service to the town. I am dedicated. I'm available 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. My place of business is a quarter mile up the street. I'm approachable. I can be here to sign documents. I just felt as though putting that much time in, I could get a little bit of respect to possibly move into a full-time position. The reason why I want to talk right now is because I don't want them to think I'm trying to steal one of theirs. There's plenty of opportunity. I would beg the council to possibly take this under advisement tonight. We do have myself and another alternate in place, and Janelle, who's the full-time member, who can carry on one more meeting tomorrow night, if the board would possibly consider extending this, because according to Jamie earlier tonight, you can't vote me in as a full-time member tonight anyway, and I understand that. But I have done my time. I've done everything for the community. I look at it as the glass is half full. People come in, I want to fill that glass for them. I'm always for the community. I was never really involved in anything that affected the town. I have no lawsuits against me, no litigation against me. I have no family members on other boards in the town that could be a conflict. It sounds like we're all in the same business. Architect, building, they have things going on in town. Yes, that's gonna come up, so do I. We're all in the same boat. I just feel as though I'm not saying I'm a better candidate, but at least there's 2 positions open. Maybe I could grab that one. It would be great to have another person put on. I don't know how to explain it any better than, I've done my best to work up the line. I love my community. I'm 67 years old. I'm ready to retire. It'd be nice to see a senior on one of these boards. It seems like they're not getting on any boards lately. I really respect the fact of new blood on the ZBA is great, but it'd be nice to have maybe an old school Franklin guy on that board so that there's some conversation. It doesn't all go the new way, it doesn't go the old way. And as one of the councilors said, it's a 3-man board. If Joe Halligan wanted to pass something, it doesn't pass without 2 other members. There's no one individual on that board that could sway a vote. You have to have all 3, just like you said. And I would love to be part of this, the ZBA. I don't know what more to tell you. I know there's a lot of rumors going on out there, and Joe's this, Joe's that. And I'd like 1 second to bring something up, and this is not in my nature, but I'm starting to learn why behind closed doors those words and those things might be said about me that could possibly sway a vote on boards or possibly even tonight. So there's a forum, Hot Topics in Franklin. And again, I never mention anybody by names. I'm not a backstabber. I don't put anybody down. But when you push a dog in a corner, he's going to bark. And this really irritated me that came across yesterday on Hot Topics. There is a woman, Diana Bardsley, who is concerned about me being on the board because I'm a property owner, and wanted to know if there was a conflict. And this is what really disturbs me. We have an individual who was a 20-year person on the conservation. Supposedly a well-respected Franklin guy, respected around the community, made great decisions, and people respected him on the conservation, and his name is Jeff Livingstone. Again, I never mention names. Quote, Diana Bardsley, yes, it's a massive conflict. This post is clearly written by a psychopath. It's why Joe Halligan wasn't voted in 2 elections ago. This is the same guy who tried to put a Hooters in the downtown Franklin. Also doing backdoor handed deals. I wouldn't blame you for not putting me on a board, ever again. Social media, I understand what Jamie goes through now. I didn't realize how bad this can get. This can be damaging to people's careers. I can survive this, but this isn't correct. And again, I really appreciate the thought, if it could be extended, maybe to another meeting, and possibly consider me as a candidate on the board where I'm already an alternate. And if there's any questions, I'd be willing to take them from the board.
Thanks, Joe. Is there anybody else? Yeah. Joe, just state your name and address.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Joe Evans, 5 Tam-O'Shanter Road in Franklin. Thank you for the opportunity to speak a little bit on this. I've been following land use issues with the council and the ZBA and the planning board for a number of years, and I just have a few questions as to how this played out. As Joe Halligan mentioned, there are 2 alternates, Joe being one of them and Megan Whitmore being the other one. I'm trying to get some clarity, and maybe Jamie, through you, Mr. Chairman, Jamie could answer how this process played out, that Joe and Megan weren't offered the opportunity at least to be appointed, and whether or not, I'm a little confused as to how that worked. If you could explain that, Jamie?
I'd love to clarify it, Joe. So, this has been a long couple of years. I already explained a little bit before. I think In the case of Megan, when Janelle was elevated last year, I did talk to her and about why she didn't get elevated from an associate at the time. Megan's been on the board for almost a decade. And I simply said to Megan, and I'm being very transparent, her and I are very good friends. We had a very good conversation, very cordial. And I just said, Megan, you know, I need you to participate a little bit more. I need you to be more vocal. She's had some attendance issues in the past. There was at one point for a while, maybe she was confused about her obligation, like if she wasn't needed as an associate, she wouldn't show up. But nonetheless, she did have some attendance issues for some years. We did talk about it last year. I told her I would always consider elevating her to an at-large member if that improved. She obliged, she understood, and then came this year with the 444 project. And number one, she missed, I think, 3 of the first 4 or 4 of the first 5 or so meetings from March, April, May. She did attend one, but immediately disqualified herself after she missed the second meeting. That's disappointing to me. I do want to make sure everybody's aware. I did talk to Megan last week. We had a great conversation. I do understand the reason why she was not there were for personal reasons that are completely legitimate, that any one of us would have had to have maybe missed meetings. That's fair. But I just encourage her, if those personal reasons come up again, please call me, call the building commissioner, talk to the chairman, because on such a consequential project like this, especially as it evolved, you know, we could have really used that voice and that vote. And I already explained, you know, and I did say to her, one thing I do want to clarify for some of the board members and just for the public, you know, Chair Hunchard, and I expect this to be the case with any of the new ZBA members, has always been inclusive of all of the voices on the ZBA. So while there are 3 voting members, there are 5. Mr. Halligan and Ms. Whitmore have always, and even the previous associates before that, Mr. Hunchard has always asked them if they have any questions, any comments during any ZBA meeting. But on such a consequential project, they thought that was disappointing and wanted to just at least make sure that there was a new member that had the time commitment that could make sure that they were there. And regarding Mr. Halligan, point blank, he should be heard. He should be. Joe knows how I feel about him, and I know how Joe feels about me. But the reality is he did have to recuse himself from 444, as I just mentioned a minute ago. Number 2, he does have potentially a lot of additional recusals through the community. And finally, the public sentiment in the last year, year and a half is saying we want fresh faces, we want some new perspective, we want some additional members that haven't maybe been around for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. That's not a disrespect to any candidate that applies for the ZBA that has been there. Mr. Halligan knows, like last year or the year before, I nominated him at a pretty unpopular time to be an associate member when there was a vacancy. He applied. He knows how I feel about him. I have the utmost respect for Joe. He's one of the most knowledgeable people in this community of our zoning code, our bylaws, of building and construction, just like everybody else. But in my opinion, now, as the nominating authority, now is not the right time, and this is not what the community is seeking. I understand a few people may be seeking that, and that's okay. That's completely okay to have different opinions on this issue. But people say a lot of times we don't listen, or the council doesn't listen, or the staff doesn't listen, or I don't listen. I reject that wholeheartedly. I listen a lot. You know that, Joe. Both of you Joes know that. I call everybody back, email everybody back myself. I meet with people, talk to people. I get views from seniors, veterans, young, kids, parents, people who just moved here last year, people who have lived here their whole lives. Every single demographic in this town at some point or another comes to me with their opinions. And it's in my judgment right now that given the quote-unquote trust issues with the Zoning Board of Appeals, for whatever that is defined, and I'm not even so sure I fully agree with it myself, but I want to show the public and show the folks that were upset that I'm listening to them and saying we need to restore some level of credibility and trust in the Zoning Board of Appeals to try to have respect, proper demeanor, and try to have thoughtful people who are fair, who are making decisions, and also people who will try to educate the public on the facts. like the cell phone tower up on the VFW, or a myriad of projects. We need candidates like Isabella and Jen and Janelle last year, and also Joe as an associate. I think Joe and Megan can still be fully participating individuals who can be helpful to the board with their expertise. But the bottom line is I hope all of you on the council also see this too, because I know you heard about it on the campaign trail all the time. There needs to be some sort of change at the Zoning Board of Appeals. And in my estimation, there's a supermajority, if not a large majority of this community, wants to see some new faces and some new perspectives on the zoning board. And that's why I nominated Isabella and Jen, and that's simply why I didn't think right now was the time to put Mr. Halligan forward, given the fact that he owns a lot of property in town, there will be recusals at some point, and given the past history of different projects in town, I just don't think that's the right time to begin restoring the trust for the Zoning Board of Appeals. I hope that clarifies things, Joe.
Noted. Thank you, Jamie. I also have some questions, Mr. Chairman, specifically not from Ms. Carter, but from Ms. Williams. And I don't know, I think it would probably be fair to have...
I think right now the decision is on Ms. Carter first.
Thank you.
We're not doing, yeah, we're not.
Okay.
You can come up again.
That's all right.
Glenn?
Thank you. Glenn Jones, 172 School Street. I think both as a former counselor and the former chairman of the master plan, I can attest to Joe's knowledge, specifically when it comes to land use and zoning. He was on the 6-member board that helped craft the master plan. He spent countless years on the planning board, and he has had so much institutional knowledge that could be helpful to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I do have to agree with Joe and Joe, then typically what we would do as a sitting council is agree that if we have individuals who have worked their way up through the ranks over the years, it's always best to promote from within. It's just, it's only common sense, because in order to keep morale, in order to keep the institutional knowledge and workings, there could be a long-term detrimental effect to having new people fill in some very important roles. And I'm not understating anything that Mrs. Carter has with her abilities. I'm sure she's a very bright woman, and she could do a very, very good job, just as Miss Williams could as well. Miss Williams, who also served on the master plan, just a little bit of history, also on land use and zoning, made huge contributions, in part also with the master plan. So you've got some really tough decisions to make in front of you. It's just what we have to really stop and think about here is who's the best choice to fill these roles. I can attest for Joe's long time history helping out the community. He contributes in many ways, as does Jen. I'm not too familiar with Isabel. I'm sure she does great, with the soccer. I coached soccer when my kids were little. It's kind of part of how I got involved into volunteering. But I don't necessarily agree with Jamie when it comes to this. That's just my 2 cents. I think, as not to steal Steve's comments about 2 cents, but you have a tough choice to make on this one, folks.
Thank you, Glenn. Anybody else? Anybody in Zoom land?
No.
There's nobody in Zoom land? All right. So,
We didn't add Councilor LeBlanc, right?
huh?
Councilor LeBlanc, he didn't join.
No, he didn't dial it.
No, he didn't, I don't see him. He was gonna text me if he did, but I haven't seen him. So clerk will read the appointment?
So we're going to read each appointment separately, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, correct? So this is for an appointment for the Zoning Board of Appeals. The town administrator has appointed the following individual to serve on the Zoning Board of Appeals with term to become effective January 21st, 2026, and to expire as stated below. Isabella Carter of 407 Oakland Parkway in Franklin, term to expire June 30th, 2026. The motion is to ratify the appointment by the town administrator of this individual named above to serve on the Zoning Board of Appeals with a term to become effective January 21st, 2026, and to expire as stated above.
You've heard the appointment. Do I have a motion? And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Welcome aboard. Okay, Jennifer Williams, you're up. Hi, Jay.
Good evening, counselors.
Jamie, do you want to lead in?
Sure. No, I think I've said enough. I think my point is very clear. I think that, I think the only other thing I would add is, Ms. Williams obviously served on the planning board for a full term. Like Mr. Halligan was on the master plan committee, like Ms. Lang was on the master plan committee. And I'll let her speak for herself, but other than that, I don't have much else to add. Certainly available to answer questions.
All right, so, same thing, we'll go to you.
Okay. I wanted to be on the planning board 6 years ago, I think-ish, because I care deeply for this town, the future of this town. Brought my family here to raise them here, and felt I had a skill set to offer. I'm a licensed architect. I am a principal at one of the largest architecture firms in the world, but never would have a project here in Franklin where I'd have to, my firm doesn't work here, right? I work in the city, we do work all over the country, but not here in Franklin. And I felt that I was deeply invested in where this town was going and had technical expertise and ability to offer, certainly on the planning board, and that also certainly translates to the zoning board. There are a lot of technicalities, legalities, understanding of process and permitting and regulatory agencies and technical terminology and how to read plans and sections and understanding bylaws and waivers and everything that everyone has talked about tonight that I felt like I could have a positive impact on the future of the town of Franklin by volunteering my time this way. I started as an associate member on planning board because there was an opening, and I was overwhelmingly voted in for a full term in 2021. In a very almost similar circumstance, I think. The town was looking for, I think, some new, fresh perspective, and was a new member, replacing others that had been on for quite a long time. And during my tenure as a planning board member, I can't probably count on one hand and number of meetings that I miss. I was super engaged, a really strong participant, active participant. As people have said, I volunteered as the elected member, or represented on the master plan committee, was on the land use and zoning subcommittee to further be able to contribute thought and collaborate, which I think is super important with other folks in the town, on council members and the ZBA and you name it, in order to work together to understand each other. And ultimately, this is all because I felt it was really important to represent what the residents were looking for with the, in a way that, you care deeply, but you listen to them and you have to weigh all the pros and cons, but you are always trying to make the best decision that you have with the information that you have in your hand at that moment, given to you by, it could be months at a time, it can be hours in a night, right? But it's really important to go through the whole process and understand the process and be there as an active member and do the best you can to represent the town, in that case, an elected position. I loved it. I coach field hockey on my daughter on Monday nights, and I also have a monthly leadership meeting at my firm once a month on Monday nights. And so Monday nights just weren't going to work for me moving forward, and I knew my term was expiring in November. And so I also knew there were going to be vacancies in the zoning board, which is a different night of the week. And so I applied for the zoning board. I actually think it might have been before June. I think it was in the spring. Because I really wanted to continue to contribute to the town and have a positive impact and represent the residents of Franklin and do my best in every individual case and scenario to make a decision, an informed decision, like I said, with the information that we have across the board, from applicants, from professionals, from peer reviews, from town officials, because every circumstance, every case, whether big or small, is important to individuals or entire communities, and I always felt it's a really important, serious job that matters to impact, like I said, the future of the town. So I would be honored to continue to serve the town in the role of the ZBA on a night of the week that I know I can 100% be there and engaged and be an active member of the community, because I like to give back and offer, what I can in my expertise wherever I think it might be beneficial to the residents.
You good?
Good.
All right, we'll do the same. Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jennifer, for stepping forward. Kind of same question. You know what you're up against, right? This is the ZBA, right? Okay. And similar question to what I mentioned to Isabella before, just in terms of, I'm sure you've been following all of the goings-on over the last year or two. And with respect to Safe Harbor, and first of all, knowing what that is, and just your thoughts on being open to use that, since we're over the 10%
Sure.
subsidized housing index.
I mean, I do, no matter what, and anybody on any board, every case is an individual case, yes. I also
Sure.
understand there clearly is desire in this town to have smart strategic growth. And so, there may be circumstances where certainly that's warranted. I wouldn't know, or the board wouldn't know until the circumstances are presented in front of them, but I am aware that that is a possibility moving forward.
And you'd entertain considering that, just considering the totality of what was going on, the scope of the project, and all the other variables, right?
Yeah, there's a lot to consider in every circumstance.
No, well, thank you, and thank you again for stepping forward and looking to help. Thanks.
I don't want to take a lot of time. I've seen your resume. I think it's fantastic. You heard my earlier comment. I've got nothing to add.
Okay. Well, so I'm going to say thank you again. I mean, your, volunteerism in this town is incredible, and we are very grateful for everything that you have and continue to do for the town. I was going to ask about how your experience on the planning board relates to this, but I feel like you just answered that. So I think you did a really good job of, again, explaining your fitness and qualifications and merit, which is what we are voting on. My one question, I guess, would be, especially on the ZBA where it is such a small group of voting members, how comfortable are you in voting or speaking up for what you believe to be the right answer, even if, it is possibly not the popular or the, not the way the rest of the group is flowing. So I'm just curious how you feel about that, because that is, so critical, especially with such a small group.
Great question. And I think maybe similar to most ZBA meetings where nobody shows up, I have a proven track record on the planning board of often being the one person or one or two people who deviate from maybe the popular opinion, because I approach every thing that's in front of us with impartiality, if I said that correctly. I'm here, again, to make decisions with the information I have in front of me in the best interest of the town, and hearing the residents at every meeting and doing as much as possible to make sure that their concerns are addressed, and ultimately voting, considering all these factors certainly without any outside influence, even from fellow board members, necessarily. And I think my track record shows that. There are some pretty big projects that I voted down that others voted yes, and for some reason it, moved forward for various other reasons, the state or, not needing a supermajority vote or you name it, but I held my ground and voted for or against something in any event. And so I hope that people understand that or have seen that in the past and realize that I will continue to perform in that way on the ZBA.
I appreciate that. I think integrity is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jen. It's great to see you, and certainly no stranger to the community. You and your husband and your family are out and about at everything, and that's, I think, a true testament to you and how much you love Franklin. We received a lot of emails today, starting at about 8 a.m., probably 30 if I had to count, and 27 of them were in favor of you.
I was like, what are they? I was like, what are these?
Being support, just for the public record.
Yeah.
But don't anybody quote me on the math, but it was about 27 supporting you in this role. Some of the concerns raised, though, had to do with your husband and his role as a volunteer on another committee.
Mm-hmm.
So can you just speak to how you would handle that potential conflict if Sam was involved with something with signage that had to come before you? Because I think that will ease some of the community concerns.
Sure. I think, yeah, my husband's on the Design Review Commission. He's also an architect. The Design Review Commission's a recommending board, not a voting board, so there wouldn't be an instance where there's like a vote influencing a vote. I think if, I guess I would need clarification, but I don't know if I'd have to recuse myself in that.
Jamie? No, through you. Design Review Committee is a recommending body only. They have no permitting authority on anything. The only thing Design Review does is review signs, which is important. I don't want to say the only thing, but they review signs, and they make recommendations to the planning board, and that's it. So unless there's a personal recusal from a project within the company they own, or he owns, or she's a part of, like a traditional recusal of all of you, it's really no different. I hope that clarifies it for you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's just important to put out on the table to make sure that the people that reached out to us get that question answered.
Sure.
I know you as to be someone of, true integrity, that if there was a conflict, you would step up. I just wanted the public to be able to hear that. So.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I mean, in my tenure in planning board, I didn't recuse myself from a single project, and I would expect that to be the case on ZBA. But of course, if there's ever an instance that I had to, I would.
My last question would be how, if this moves forward and you are one of three, can you talk to how you would involve Mr. Halligan, as another member of the group that maybe doesn't have a vote but does have incredible expertise and a lot to say and clearly wants to give back and do more? Like, I feel like maybe if you could sort of speak to how you would involve him more, that might ease some of those tensions as well.
Yeah, I mean, Joe and I work together on the master plan committee. He has incredible knowledge as a developer in town. And like the planning board, the associate, and I think Jamie mentioned this, I mean, every single topic for discussion goes around the horn to everybody. It's not that the voting members talk and the associates members don't. And all of those commentary, all those considerations are considered equally and weighted equally. I don't see any hierarchy, if you will, to comment, consideration, and insight, right? I think the difference lies in the ultimate vote, but other than that, it's an equal partnership. I mean, that's, like I said, that's been my experience on the planning board. That's been my experience, working with Joe on the master plan committee, and would expect that to be the case with any associate member on any board.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Max?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for stepping up. It means a lot to have, active members of the community who participate in all boards and committees. Just a quick question. If residents oppose a project but the law requires approval, how do you engage with their concerns and explain your decision?
You try the best you possibly can. You try to address the resident concerns in any way you can by influencing the direction of the project as much as humanly possible to address those resident concerns, and try to over-explain, read verbiage, educate as much as possible along the way, right? Sometimes it's tough because people aren't attending every meeting or being there for a whole meeting or reading all the material that was submitted that's, publicly available. And so reminders in a public meeting are important, but, beyond that, again, it's that balancing act and doing your best to be a good listener and respond to resident concerns through action, and that doesn't necessarily always translate directly to a vote.
Thank you very much.
You good, Matt?
I'm good.
Okay.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
I've had to put a lot of thought in with this. This whole appointment thing has taken up the last few days of my days and my sleep. First, I was there when you won in 21, so I know I've followed your process. I've seen you in action on the planning board. I have no problem with your resume. My issue is this, and this is where I'm finding a large conflict, and it's really not a personal conflict at all. Currently, right now, planning board is being sued, okay? Not like specifically you, but like the planning board. I want to make sure that everyone understands that. We have spoken about the integrity of the town, the integrity of the ZBA and the committees and the council and everything like that. I find it really hard to appoint someone to a ZBA, which is ultimately a board, basically, that is their own entity. And when we have this open lawsuit, it hasn't been resolved. And the outcome of that lawsuit should be resolved before anybody involved in it is appointed, in my opinion, to the ZBA. Because I feel that it could hurt the integrity of the ZBA. It's not, again, it's nothing personal with you. I would be more than happy to entertain approving you for the ZBA when that was resolved and have you resubmit. But I find it very hard and deep in my gut, hard to put you on there when there's a potential lawsuit that's going through right now.
Can I
Yes,
respond?
yes.
Sorry.
Sure.
That's why I stopped.
So I'm not a member of the planning board anymore, so I'm no longer involved in that lawsuit. Also, it's not uncommon for there to be lawsuits against a board or a committee. It's part of, we have no control over what people appeal. I'm actually, people can read the history of that whole situation, but that's an example of a project that I voted against, that I believe the residents in the town of Franklin was very much so broadly against. And I don't feel, I don't feel that the decision shouldn't have made because of a potential lawsuit against the planning board. I feel like the decision was made in the best interest of the residents in the town, and whether you're on the ZBA or the planning board or town council, it's a risk of being in the position, and the entity itself can be sued. I'm no longer a part of the planning board, and I'm therefore not part of that lawsuit any longer because I'm not on the board.
And I do, and I get what you're saying 100%. Like I said, it's not personal towards you at all, okay? And yes, we all stand that chance sitting where we're sitting. So I get that. And I also know the project because I was actually sitting in the audience. I listened to all the abutters. So I get it. So it's not like I didn't know what was going on. I won't personally say whether I agree or disagree because that's not the topic of conversation right now. But your name is on the lawsuit. I have a copy here. So for me, that is my issue. And it's not because of you. Put it this way, if anybody's name was on here that was coming for an appointment, I wouldn't feel comfortable appointing them.
Jamie?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. So just a couple of tidbits, because I think Councilor Callaway-Tripp and Councilor Morangello are focusing on an issue right now that I think, just to take a little deviation away from the conversation, I think is really important to highlight. So one, I just want to point out, there is no criteria anywhere in our bylaws that say why somebody could vote against a ratification or not. So just in case folks are at home listening, you know, these reasons are reasons that members have and are legitimate reasons that people may say they want to vote no on, okay? But broader, the ZBA is being sued right now. There's an appeal on just about almost any development project in Franklin, okay? And there's probably going to be more. So I think what Councilor Morangello's question a moment ago is about as poignant as any question about development, and I think the people in the audience tonight, I think the people watching at home, and all of you need to think about this stuff. Do we have members that vote against projects because residents are angry? We heard about this with 444 East Central Street all the time. We hear about this with Gianetti's Blueberry Farm. We hear about this on Summer Street. We heard about this on the VFW Tower. So the Zoning Board of Appeals is being sued right now on the cell phone tower. So I can't, and I'm not going to engage with Councilor Callaway-Tripp to say whether her opinion is right or wrong. I'm not going there. If that's her feeling, completely legit. I just want to make sure there's nowhere in any bylaws anywhere that says that that can't be a reason. Just like any other member have another reason because of expertise or anything. There is nothing there. But I just want to take a side note as this marker, because I do think that the ZBA in general and everything we've heard about the zoning board, the concerns about development, the concerns about the new growth in town, the less tax levy, I think this is kind of almost a really serendipitous moment, given the way that the comments came out from both Max and Jane. I think it's something for folks to hopefully think about. Where do we want to go as a community? What kind of members do we want here or there on boards and committees? And how do we relate to residents when we know the law permits a project like the cell phone tower at the VFW? It is federal law, but we have a room full of residents who feel like they're not heard, they're not trusted, we're not honest, they're upset at the decisions. I can't think of another moment in my tenure in 10 plus years right now where those conflict, where that confluence of those issues is more evident than what Max just pointed out and with what Jane just pointed out. So we have lawsuits everywhere. I prefer there weren't, because the allegations that are across town that we don't have the money to finance all these lawsuits is absolutely true. You'll probably be getting a year-end transfer at some point for legal expenses at the end of the fiscal year. But how do we relate to residents who are concerned about development and don't want anything built in their backyards? Because ultimately, I watch all of these meetings. And I know some of the other people over here in the stands watch every one of these meetings. And we're dealing with a serious issue right now where we have a very qualified candidate for a zoning board. We heard overwhelmingly that we want more trust, more better demeanor, more respect at zoning boards. Ms. Williams clearly will provide that. But because her name was on a lawsuit where she wasn't the only vote voting no, a majority of the planning board voted no on that project, because I can tell you in my 10 plus years here, those hearings on Summer Street were far and away some of the most contentious hearings that I have seen in this town. And I would say King Street, I would say Summer Street, not once, but twice. So Councilor DeLorco knows, maybe 3 times, Councilor DeLorco. This one goes way back. And then the cell phone tower on Pond Street, which will eventually come up probably again at some point in the next several months. I'm not trying to interfere in the board's decision about ratification. I just thought it was a serendipitous moment where Councilor Callaway Tripp was raising concerns that many people have. But Councilor Callaway Tripp has also been concerned about the membership of the ZBA, right? And about the respect that some of the other board members gave, or sometimes maybe the lack of knowledge in the way that they didn't educate the public on some of these issues. But also what Max's question was perfectly laid out. Perfectly laid out. And I'll end there and just hope that the community can reflect on this a little bit and understand a little bit to themselves. What is it that we're looking for? Are we just going to do what residents want because they're super angry? Even though we're going to be sued? Even though we're going to be in court and we're going to be out tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of money that we don't have? Or are we going to try to help educate people at times who, quite frankly, don't always want to be educated with the facts? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Mark?
We have multiple litigation pending at the moment involving the various land use boards, the planning board, the zoning board, the conservation commission. In all the cases, the members are named in their representative capacities, not individually. Once somebody ceases to be on the planning board, as in this case, you could, as a formality, substitute a current member, but again, because it's only representative capacity, an attorney's time is valuable as well, nobody keeps up to that and does it. If they were being sued individually based on an allegation of individual wrongdoing, that's a different story. But they're only being, she was named because at that time, she was a member of the sitting planning board, and you could find the same thing with any of the current litigation, but as it goes on, the captions get stale. And at some point, eventually, maybe at the end of the case, there would be a motion to simply substitute the new members. Sometimes they don't even name the individual members, they just simply sue the planning board, the Concom, the ZBA. But there are times where you're required, at least at the outset, to identify who the members are.
Okay, I got one question though. I mean, I know what you're saying, but she still will have to go to court if this goes to court.
No.
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 Why wouldn't she? She was on the planning board.
Because it's
Yeah, go ahead.
actually
So
technically.
So why doesn't everyone just
because
resign and we want to
in
have to go
her
to court?
particular case, that's an appeal from a special permit granting authority's decision. The legal process is such, the court holds a new hearing. Hears new witnesses, does not hear from any of the members of the boards themselves. Their opinions, their subjective opinions, their mind processes are not even relevant. The judge, under a special permit granting authority appeal, as I said, has a new hearing, hears witnesses, makes his or her decision, and only then goes back and looks at the original board decision on its face and determines whether there's a legal basis. It's a very technical kind of appeal.
It just didn't make any sense to me. I thought she would have to go if she, you know. But
No,
you know better than I do. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, it doesn't make any sense.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it's like any appeal or any suit on a liquor license, anything.
Yeah.
It's just, no one from the council on a liquor license appeal gets dragged to a hearing. It's a completely outside separate information. It's just in this case, for whatever reason, the formality, they named the entire planning board, and I believe they had read the members who even voted for the project.
Correct.
So there was one member, I think, in that decision who voted yes for the project on Summer Street, and they were also named in the lawsuit. So it's really just a legal formality. It really has no practical application. That being said, as my comments earlier stay true, there is no defined criteria for ratification or not in any bylaw that we have, and so it's somewhat subjective to the entire council on a ratification. Thank you.
Okay. Jane, you still got the floor.
Okay, and I appreciate everything you guys just said, and I understand everything that you just said. I just have a hard time with it because my goal is to bring back the integrity to all the things that have been dismantled. And for me, I'm struggling with this one. And again, Jennifer, honestly, like, it really is not a personal thing against you at all. I have watched you at the planning board meetings. I've seen some of those contentious planning board meetings and sat there, was like, oh, because I actually didn't go and I was watching from TV and I was like, oh my God. So I get it. And I've been at somewhere, I've even actually got a little mouthy. So I know that it happens. I'm just struggling right now because in my gut is telling me to maintain the integrity of the ZBA because of what the lawsuit is saying, because I read it, that in my gut, I need to see that ended before. Because what I don't want to see happen is something go forward and all of a sudden, well, weren't you part of or weren't you named of because of X, Y, and Z, and it comes back to bite us. And I have to go to sleep at night with the way that I vote. And so for right now, I'm just struggling with ratifying this appointment. And I'm sorry.
Gene?
That's all I have.
All right. Jennifer, thank you also, as others have said, for stepping in and stepping up, and also for your other contributions to the town, master plan, planning board. So I have one question for you. See, you have served planning board, master plan, your husband's an architect, you're an architect, you obviously live in this town. My question for you is, we've done a lot of building over the last 10 years. In your opinion, just want to get your, like, you were kind of designing the town of Franklin. What have we gotten right? What have we gotten wrong? How do you see things as far as the way that this town should move forward as far as development goes?
That's a great question. I am excited for what the master plan itself and the land use and zoning committee, again, which was representatives from quite an extensive group of people, different perspectives, has sort of identified as opportunities for smart growth being the key term of where there may be strategic opportunity for development to positively impact the fabric of Franklin, the economic sort of robustness that could be downtown Franklin or their crossing, and areas of town where a little bit more density might be appropriate versus areas of town where it really is not appropriate at all whatsoever because of the fabric of the neighborhood or the traffic or the, various other, factors that may be specific to a site or that immediate sort of surrounding area of town. So without taking a map and like pinpointing every single area and what I think could be awesome for each of those areas, I think it's pretty well thought through in the actual vision for the comprehensive town that the ZBA and the planning board and the town council and all of these really important boards and committees have an obligation to uphold and work together to achieve that vision in that thoughtful way that at the end of the day is coming back to hitting those goals, hitting where has been outlined, it has been outlined for that smart growth. So I don't know if I'm sure you've read them, Esther. Maybe not. It's very long, kind of boring document.
I worked on the first one.
Max was very involved. Yes, and had actually some awesome ideas himself.
I worked on the first one, and I did, obviously, I volunteered for the second one. I didn't make the
Oh, well, yeah, I think there's some real awesome areas where redevelopment or thoughtful, like, new life could be appropriate, and that doesn't necessarily mean massive. It doesn't mean, it needs to be right for the neighborhood. And I think that's the key to whatever happens moving forward, is being really responsive to that immediate context. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, well, I'll just to follow up, do you have any opinion on anything you haven't liked about some of the development that we've done?
Oh, yes, I have opinions.
Do you want to share it with us?
No, I want it on public record. I think, again, I think if you look at my track record on the planning board, there are some clear developments that I thought were too dense or too large that I did not support and voted no on. I think there were others where density was more appropriate, or there were others where, it may have had to move forward anyway, but like, we fought and fought and fought to change and change and change and respond to resident comments to make the project the best it possibly could be. I think there's some obvious, probably large masses that residents drive by that everyone knows, I don't have to say it, of like, this doesn't feel right here, right? And that's what is really important to consider and uphold moving forward, is to make sure that doesn't happen. So that's the most politically correct way to answer that.
Thank you. No further questions for me.
Okay. Obviously, your resume is as good as it, as it can be. I do agree with the rest of the councils. I would like to move forward to try to get this a 5-member board. I know it's a charter change. We might have to go to the residents, but if we have to do that, I think that should be coming up soon.
Yeah. He has a question, Jason has a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. Just before, because I can sense, maybe other comment may come or, a vote. Just in full transparency, I just want to be clear about what happens with a vote tonight. So if you take a vote and obviously ratify Ms. Williams, she becomes a member through 2028 or whatever I said in the memo. If the motion was tabled, if the appointment was defeated, or if it was a tie, I want to be very clear, just so everybody really knows. Mr. Hunchard's term then continues. So his term did not end. His term continued on. And until there's a replacement, he stays. Tomorrow night, there's a ZBA meeting with a public hearing that starts on an accessory dwelling unit. Similar to Stobart's, although I think the ADU would probably be much quicker. Once that hearing starts, you're probably going to want to have that hearing completed. But the town attorney can explain, for those that are new, about the continuation of terms, but that's the same situation that happened over the last 7 months. So I just want to be very clear, because I don't want everybody to wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden realize tomorrow Mr. Hunchard is presiding over the ZBA meeting, and he may go on for another couple months until we've resolved this issue. Because I think the community, whether I agree with all of the comments or not, clearly there's been a concern in this community about Mr. Hunchard and at those meetings. So I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I know for veteran members of the group and maybe some of the other volunteers in town, they may be aware of that. This shouldn't be a surprise, because I've written about this in my memo regarding the ZBA, but I just want to make sure everybody is extraordinarily clear so that tomorrow, however the vote goes, that happens. And maybe Attorney Sorrell can just make sure to explain that really quickly about the law continuation. Mark?
Through the chair,
Yep.
Go ahead.
the charter has a continuity
Continuity, my bad.
provision in it that basically says, as the town administrator has stated, that even if somebody's term expires, they continue to hold a position until their replacement is either elected or appointed as applicable.
Got a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so in terms of resolutions, I believe it takes 14 days for resolutions to take effect under our charter. Does that stand true for appointments? Mark?
That is a hypothetical because of the recall provision in the charter, and arguably that would apply to legislative action as opposed to ratification, which is couldn't be challenged on that the same basis as of other legislation anyway. So
So it's ambiguous.
It's not the same process.
Okay, that's a different process. So it's not ambiguous,
No.
Non-ambiguous. It
No.
will take effect immediately, not in 14 days.
Correct.
Okay.
It's spelled out, actually.
Oh, are you done? Okay. Just out of curiosity, if that was to happen, whether it was tabled, all the
Yep.
stuff you said,
No action.
Bruce Hunchard's term ended in June, and I understand he had to stay in the seat because of the project, right? But why would that remain now in effect? Why wouldn't, what I don't understand is why wouldn't the people that were appointed, if there was still an empty seat, one of the alternates step up?
I made the decision through you, Mr. Chairman, to not nominate anyone else to replace Mr. Hunchard during the 444 process for the reasons I've explained many times before, including the fact that Ms. Whitmore had disqualified herself for missing requisite meetings, and Mr. Hunchard, there were no associates to fill that seat,
Right.
correct? So if I had nominated someone else, you would have had a 2-2, or a 1-1, excuse me, possibly on a vote on the project. Could have been 2-0, but it could have been 0-2, 1-1, or 2-0, but would have given an advantage to the proponent to be able to go to court and say, this process got politicized, they changed all the membership in the middle of the hearing, and that would have been very favorable in a litigation piece for common sense, right? It wasn't a fair public hearing. But that doesn't, I made that decision, and I made that clear in September or last summer. But it still holds true tonight. If for some reason Ms. Williams was, and because we have an absent member tonight, there is the possibility of a tie vote, which is a non-ratification, right? So if there was a tie vote, which wouldn't happen if Mr. LeBlanc was here, obviously it would have been an odd number. A tie vote would be a denial. Mr. Hunchard's term would continue, and then I would go back and nominate presumably someone else to fill Mr. Hunchard's tenure, but that may not be for another 2 or 3 weeks. And so Mr. Hunchard's term continues under the, my bad, it was the continuity provision? The continuity provision in the town charter.
So you couldn't have one of the associates step up temporarily now?
Well, if Mr. Hunchard didn't attend the meeting, they could.
Okay.
Okay, but Mr. Hunchard's term would continue on
As an
until
active
he is
member.
replaced. And that's the same with any board member on any board or committee. That's in the town charter. So I just want to make sure, I don't want people to wake up tomorrow or Friday and go, oh, well, wait a minute. So I just want to make sure people are very clear about that. And some part of the dynamic and why I'm explaining that is also because you have an even number of people here tonight, right?
That
So
makes sense.
So I just want to make sure that's clear. It's a unique dynamic. If you didn't have that, it would be different.
Can I ask a question? Just to the chair. Why wouldn't Isabella replace Bruce?
Well, number one, in my estimation, Ms. Carter's, this is her first volunteer opportunity. I thought it was a better path for her to take that 6-month seat to try to make sure that she can fit this into her schedule and this works for her. Whereas Jen obviously has been volunteering for 6 years now. I think 2020, Jen, we go back, right? 2020 when you got on as an associate on the planning board. That was a memorable night, by the way. Joe was here for that one too, and he was a candidate. And that took, how many roll calls, Brian? 3, 4? Sorry for the memory. It just kind of flipped back to me as I'm looking out. I see Brian Chandler and Joe and Jen right in front of me. So Jen served as an associate on the planning board, ran for the planning board, was on the master plan committee, and was obviously significantly committed to this. And so I thought that having her for the 2.5-year seat would be appropriate. But even if you had Ms. Carter in that seat, it's the same dynamic, right? I mean, you voted to affirm her unanimously tonight, but, I put out a packet last Friday. They applied last year. I mean, it's like, you could have said the same thing to Ms. Carter and said, oh, well, we don't, I don't know if you guys were going to vote for them or not. So, I mean, it's like, it's tough. It's a tough call, Gene.
My thinking here was just that if the need was to replace Bruce, which it has been.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have Isabella, she's gotten approved. She could replace him. That would leave you with still short one person on the board. Just take this through hypothetically.
Right.
And we have an associate. Now, Joe couldn't, vote on the 444, but he could vote on everything else.
Right.
He's not, conflicted.
Well, from my standpoint, both candidates are extraordinarily qualified. I obviously am pushing and would suggest to all of you to ratify both of them. And I understand other people may have different opinions on that, and I totally respect that. But when I'm going through the nomination and thinking through, and I've already explained why these two folks are qualified, I go through with it thinking these two folks should be ratified. They're both very qualified. They're going to improve the trust and restoration of the ZBA. I felt with Ms. Carter obviously volunteering for 6 months, for some reason, if this doesn't fit her schedule, she doesn't like it, or whatever reason, then we can nominate somebody else in June. But, I fully anticipate that she'll stick around for another 3 years, but I know that Jen's committed to the rest of the term, and so I nominated her for that particular seat. But I just, again, don't want people to wake up in a couple of days and go, oh, Bruce is at the hearing tomorrow night. He's presiding. How'd this happen? And so I just want to make sure it's very clear that he will continue on under the charter provision.
Mark?
So that's, just to clarify, the short answer is, each of those people were nominated for a specific seat, not just at large
Right.
members.
So that means that Jen would take over as chair?
No, they'll have an election
They
tomorrow
have a
night.
vote,
The term.
right? Yes.
The ZBA will reorganize, elect a chair, vice chair, and clerk
So
tomorrow night.
That's the way they'll do it. They'll vote
Yeah,
on it.
we don't appoint the chairs or anything.
Right, that's
Obviously,
right.
Bruce has been chair for a long
Yes,
time.
So I was just kind of curious. I do think Joe got screwed, so I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's just my personal opinion. He's been on the board. Nothing against you two, Isabella and Jen. You're both more than qualified. But, I do feel that, Joe's been working a long time. He's been around town the whole time, and he knows his stuff. But, I mean, that was your call, but, I mean, that's what I think. And that's why I want to move forward to try to get it a five-man board, to be honest with you. So, outside of that, clerk will read the appointment. Oh, yeah, you want to go to the town?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, Council. Joe Evans again, 5 Tamarshana Road. I think it's important to add some color to Councilor Callaway's trip comment about this lawsuit. This lawsuit stemmed from 2 applications that were made to the planning board on.
This is pending litigation. It's totally inappropriate to be discussed in an open session. It's pending, it's in, it
I
could
don't
prejudice.
know.
I mean,
I don't know the law, so.
Through you, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if Mr. Evans wants to speak to this, and this goes into court and is admissible in the decision, that's his choice. I agree with Attorney Sorrell, but, I'm sure he's got some comments he wants to say.
Nothing I'm going to say is what I believe is confidential. This is all on public record. So I want to add a little bit of color to what I believe the lawsuit is over. There's 2 senior housing projects that were put before the planning board concurrently, one on Panther Way, one on Summer Street. Both projects 12 to 14 acres in size. Both projects, very similar number of units proposed. Both projects with some grade issues. I think it was actually identical, 8% grade issues that were brought up at the meetings. The Summer Street project was loaded with abutters, whereas the Panther Way project maybe had 1 or 2 abutters that had showed up. What I'd like to just let you know, and you can go back and look at the meetings on YouTube, is that the Summer Street project, it was cited by members of the planning board, Ms. Williams specifically, and I quote, "No critical need for senior housing in town, no critical need," and that we were already over our 2.5% threshold. I'm going to say another quote from Ms. Williams. Quote, "We don't need this in our inventory." Jump over to the Panther Way project. There was never such a quote mentioned for the Panther Way project. We didn't need it on Summer Street, but we need it over here a mile away. to me, that raises red flags. There's never been a clear explanation. As you have heard, the matter's in litigation, and it frankly, it smells. It does. I've watched numerous planning board meetings. I've been in front of the planning board. There's certain members, there's certain people that get in front of these boards that, in my opinion, are treated differently than others. You see all smiles when the favorite developer walks in front of the planning board. Is a room full of smiles from the planning board. Another developer or applicant gets in front of that planning board, and I'm not saying this happens all the time, but it's almost as if, what the hell are you doing here? And I saw that. You can go back and watch the meetings for those two projects. So I wanted to bring that up, and nothing against either developer. They're both reputable people. They've both done great projects in town. So that's not my, I have no problem with either one of them. They're both great guys. But it was done unfairly, in my opinion. I'd also just like to ask Ms. Williams, and this relates to a project that was done on King Street. You're a licensed architect, and I believe your husband is as well, and your husband owns...
Order. There's, to the chair, I think it's appropriate for the person at the microphone to make comments regarding the lawsuit, but I don't think it's appropriate to have the person testifying have to respond to them.
More importantly, the comments should be addressed to the chair, not a interrogation of a witness.
Oh, okay, no problem.
And if she wants to respond.
Sure.
You want to respond, Jen?
I'll wait till
We'll see the question.
We got to wrap it up, though, Joe.
I understand. I'll try to be brief, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time. There's a project on King Street. My understanding is from reliable sources, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong and I'm not correct, but I believe that Ms. Williams' husband had done some work on the project, on a multifamily project that was put before the board on King Street. And I'd like to know if that's true or not, Mr. Chairman, if she could answer that.
Through the chair, no, my husband did not do that project on King Street. And can I just make a general comment?
Yeah, sure, Jen.
Every project that has been mentioned thus far is in a completely different zoning district, completely different scales of actual buildings themselves, and completely different circumstances. And so just like you get like press releases where you get like a quote taken out of, 5 paragraphs to, tell a story, I think that understanding the full story for every single project and the series of meetings and approval process and circumstances around every project and the clear reasoning for approving or denying every project that goes forward on any board is important before passing judgment.
Okay.
I'd like to know if, Mr. Chairman, if her husband was ever engaged on that project, either paid or unpaid, if she could answer that question.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
My husband was approached by that developer early on, but did nothing with it. And the developer went with a completely different architect.
Were there drawings done or conceptual drawings done by your husband for that project?
This is absurd. It's something you got to talk about with her husband.
Well, it raises, the reason I bring it up, Mr. Chairman, is it raises a concern if there was work that was engaged on King Street, at whatever level you want to call it, that should have been disclosed.
But she's saying there wasn't.
I understand.
Yeah.
But there wasn't, and then it was, well, he was asked about it.
And then he refused.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, architects get asked to do projects all the time, and they might look at something and decide not to do it or not get hired. So the project that went in front of King Street was not my husband's project.
I understand it wasn't his project. All I asked was he engaged? Did he do any bit of work on the project? And you're saying no?
No.
And that's fine, that answers my question.
That's fine.
I just want to throw my support behind Joe Halligan. Again, he's
It's
been,
not, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
it's not before you tonight.
It's not before me tonight, so we can't talk about that.
okay. He should be the chairman of that board.
Go ahead, Joe.
Joe Halligan again. Isn't it fun? We're all fighting for a position. I mean, how many people fight for positions on boards? And now everybody wants to get involved. So it's funny how things boomerang around though, and it's comical. And again, I'll support anything that happens here tonight.
Yeah.
I just have to be here to represent myself. It was 6, 7 years ago, as they had just said, that we had a council meeting and a planning board meeting, 5 members and 9 council. And 3 times a vote was taken. Jen was trying to get her feet wet getting into it as an associate member of the planning board. 3 votes were taken. Tie score, tie score, tie score. This was going nowhere. Who raised his hand and said, I want to change my vote? And I voted for her. So I work with all these people. I enjoy what I do. It turned out to be a great night. She was a great asset to the board. But I will tell you though, I usually consider myself one of the smartest guys in the room, but today I got beat. Jamie is one of the best. In a positive way. I'm not saying this in a negative way, because I love Jamie. There's a man that this council should never consider letting go. Just how this meeting was structured tonight, he did a great job. Had Jen gone first, I might have had a shot for that other one. But the way this meeting's going tonight, with Bruce and the threat of Bruce, I'm a dead duck right now. It was structured the perfect way. I commend him. He beat me tonight. He's a smart guy. Don't ever lose that man.
Thanks, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
Mr. Chairman, am I going to be able to express my concerns about my application? Is this the proper time?
No, because I don't think,
When is the proper time?
I think that would be.
The gatekeeper is the TA. He makes the
It would be
appointment.
with him. It would be Jamie.
Mr. Chairman, I spoke to Mr. Helen the other day.
Yesterday.
Am I correct?
You applied on Monday?
No.
And
The question that I asked you.
Let me finish, Joe.
Did I speak to you yesterday?
Again, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. One,
And so
Mr.
am I.
McCann applied on Monday, came in the office Tuesday morning. I called him at about 10 o'clock. We talked for about a half hour or so, and I think had an educated conversation, but apparently we didn't hear the same things that each other was saying. So I apologize for that. It's nothing against him. This is the first time I've ever seen him in my life. I don't know Joe. He's probably never met me. I think this is the first time. Happy to meet with him. If there was more time, there was another gentleman who applied for ZBA in mid-January. I met with him over Zoom last Friday. And I'm glad that there are more candidates coming in to want to fill on the ZBA. But Jen and Isabella were first in line, both extremely qualified candidates that fit all of the criteria that's here. I think both of them address the concerns in the community with the Zoning Board of Appeals and integrity and et cetera, et cetera. I'm happy to meet with Mr. McCann, and we did talk yesterday, and I apologize to him that he feels like there was a lost in translation moment. But it's also rushed, right? I mean, it's like, just for clarity, just because he applied on Monday, I nominate, you guys either ratify or don't.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a meeting where I'm coming up to you with 4 applicants and say you choose. In fact, Mr. Halligan just spoke eloquently of why you don't have 4 applicants, because as you remember, Councilor DeLorco, it took us 2.5 hours that night after Joe did succeed his vote to Jen. So.
I didn't vote for Jen, I voted for Kobe.
You voted for Kobe. That's right. You're right.
You got Kobe.
That's right. You did vote for Kobe.
I did.
So I'll cease to Mr. McCann in case he's got but I mean, tonight the conversation's around her. I'm happy to meet with them,
Yeah.
of course, but I just didn't have any time yesterday to physically meet, but I did obviously talk to him on the phone for 30 or 40 minutes or so.
So I think you and him have to get together, Joe.
Mr. DeLarco, I'm not going to walk away from this mic until somebody clarifies for me why my application cannot be recognized. There is not a drop-dead date for applicants to submit for this position.
I agree with you.
Correct?
I agree with you, but.
Finally, once tonight, I'm going to be correct. Because everything else that I've said this evening, earlier and now, is still correct. Still correct. Mr. Helen, tonight on 2 occasions, and even yesterday when we spoke, you told me you have a hard time getting applicants to come before the zoning board of appeals. And tonight, all we're doing is, as Mr. Halligan just said, we're arguing about applicants, so many applicants for this position.
As I've said
Somebody tell
before.
me, please, 'cause I still haven't heard.
Sure.
Why I can't be heard on this.
Because it has to go through him.
I spoke to him yesterday. I spoke to the gentleman yesterday.
So first of all, it's a 48-hour, it's an open meeting law issue first and foremost. I put the nominations out with a holiday on Monday, I put them out on Friday for 48 hours. I can't just change the agenda tomorrow and tell Ms. Carter or Ms. Williams, you're out, I'm gonna put Joe McCann or someone else in. Like it's an open meeting law violation, number one. Number two, and I'll be blunt,
It's not the way it goes.
yes, we are looking for applicants, and I'm glad that you applied, Mr. McCann, and I'm also glad that the gentleman in a couple weeks ago applied, okay? But up until 2 weeks ago, I had 2 people, and fortunately, they're extraordinarily bright, talented, and qualified. But I find it disheartening a little, I'll be very open about this, that 2 nominees go out on Friday, and then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 days later, everybody wants to change everything, because, well, we don't like one of the candidates. Fair enough. If you have an opinion and councilors want to vote against Ms. Williams, that's absolutely within your right. All due respect to all of you, and absolutely you can vote the way that y'all want to vote, right? But it's not fair to them either to all of a sudden wake up Tuesday morning and just start saying, well, we're just going to start cherry plucking everywhere. And I'm a little disappointed that people are really reacting, obviously, as you've heard tonight, to one individual. I haven't heard any critique of Ms. Carter. I'm only hearing a critique of Ms. Williams because of her previous work on the planning board and maybe some other factors. But that's it. I can't just change the agenda Tuesday afternoon to consider other people. And by the way, the process in the charter is clear. I've already said it 10 times tonight. I wish Mr. McCann would acknowledge this. I nominate, you ratify. So therefore, you're not going to get 5 people that I'm going to hand over to you to do a pick. If you vote down Jen tonight, Mr. Hunchard will continue for as long as another ratification happens. I will nominate someone else in 2, 3, 4 weeks or whatever.
Right.
Then you'll have an opportunity to vote yes or no on that person.
That's
If
the
you
way-
vote them down or vote for it, whatever.
That's the way the charter.
That's the way the charter works.
That's the way the charter works.
Thank you very
Nothing
much.
you can do.
Mr. Delaco, if I may, through you to Mr. Helen. Believe me, I have no objection to the 2 applicants that you're recommending.
Great.
Overwhelmingly qualified for the position. And I don't know either one of them. And I wish them both the best of luck.
That's great, Joe. I appreciate
Believe me, I do. With that being said, Mr. Halligan, you talk about fairness. Mr. Halligan, as the gentleman who was speaking prior to me, he should have had first shot. You want to talk fairness, that gentleman should have had the first shot. And if you mentioned old blood, I sat on this council. You keep bringing up, I don't know whether you're trying to do it as an insult to me that I don't know the rules of the council. I sat on this council. Some of these people weren't even born when I was here.
Yeah.
For 2 terms. I've given back to this, not only at my time on the Franklin Town Council. You people don't know what I have given back to the seniors. When the senior center was called Central Park Terrace, where not everybody could move in there. It was dedicated strictly to seniors. This individual has given and given and given back to the town of Franklin. I have been here in all my life. I will reside no place else but the town of Franklin, the town of Franklin. But what you're saying tonight and what you said yesterday are 360 degrees different from the conversation that you should have said to me yesterday, Joe, you can't. I can't accept your application. That's not what you did.
But
That's, no, Mr. Delaco, please, let me finish. That's not what you did yesterday, and I just want you to admit to it.
Joe, I'm not going to admit to something. I told you, I've had to explain a handful of times this evening the ratification process, and it still keeps coming up.
understand the
So I'm
ratification
not,
process.
your application is a second-tier issue to the people that were already nominated on the agenda last Friday.
They were not nominated, they were nominated tonight.
No, what are you talking?
Nominated from him.
I nominated,
Excuse me, my mistake, they were nominated tonight.
I
It was on
nominated,
you.
no, I
And
nominated last Friday. I put out an agenda and a packet.
Yeah.
Technically,
I mean,
they
this
were
is-
appointed.
Appointed.
They were appointed, not.
To be ratified.
To be ratified, okay.
So we're all wrong.
But-
Mr. Sorrell, for the first time, is correct. I'm gonna give you a 1 over all the years that I've known you. Anyhow, and that, I say that fooling around, please don't take it to heart. So this means nothing tonight. I'm not gonna be able to voice
Okay.
on this at all.
It doesn't mean nothing. It means there's, again, in the future, right? You're right. An associate could get bumped up.
Understood.
The gentleman that applied 2 weeks before you, I could
Understood.
nominate, or I could possibly nominate you.
Yeah.
But I'm a little frustrated right now. This has been 2 hours over semantics that feels like, how do you not know I put out an agenda last Friday? Like, I
Why don't
publicly
we-
posted the names, and I think what happened was,
Why don't we move on and get this,
Yeah.
and vote for this, and like I said, we're moving forward to getting more members on the board, hopefully, so we can look forward into this, and who knows if an associate member's gonna leave, then then something else happens. Or if poor Isabella in 6 months says, I can't do it because it's too much with my kids, so. and that
or
can
someone has a
happen.
family issue, has to,
Yeah.
whatever. Like, I
Whatever.
mean, geez.
I'm gonna take 30 more seconds of your time, Mr. Chairman. I'll table this. I'll forget about it. I won't even come back to it. I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm not even gonna entertain it again, whether it be today, tomorrow, 3 years. I probably won't be here in 3 years.
Okay.
You won't see me again apply for this position. Now I'm gonna tell you how I feel about how things are done up here. And especially the way that you, I have the right to speak, sir.
Yeah,
It's at
about
the
this
discretion of the
issue,
chair.
Joe, about this issue.
I'm
Joe.
gonna speak the way I want unless you shut that mic off on me. I'm gonna speak the way that I want. I don't like the way things go in some of these meetings. I don't like the way that people are treated when they come before you, sir.
Okay.
And the way that you treat other councilors. You think that you're up here and everybody else is down here. You're not. You're not. What you tend to forget, and this will be my last statement, you work for us.
Right.
You work for us. We don't work for you. And you get paid a very good piece of change to do it. And not to treat people like they're lower than you. I'm done.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, let's go. We're gonna call, who's gonna read the appointment?
If we're there, I'll happily read it, Mr. Chairman. This is an appointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals. The town administrator has appointed the following individual to serve on the Zoning Board of Appeals with term to be effective January 21st, 2026, and to expire as stated below. Jennifer Williams of 28 Queen Street in Franklin, term to expire June 30th, 2028. The motion is to ratify the appointment by the town administrator of this individual named above to serve on the Zoning Board of Appeals with a term to become effective January 21st, 2026, and to expire as stated above.
So moved.
So move. Second. Second. I have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried. Moving on, we have no public hearings, no license transactions. We have a presentation tonight on town infrastructure. Oh, Brutus? Yeah, we gotta give it.
This thing doesn't work. I haven't done
I'm out of here.
I've been using my phone.
Yeah.
I'd rather.
No, just.
Take a break?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
5 minutes?
Maybe.
I don't know. We're gonna take a break for a couple minutes for a little break. Everyone can think about what.
Let the fun resume.
Yeah. So Brutus, you're up, kid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes or less.
That's a legal talk.
Ready?
I'm good.
Oh, you look so concerned.
Are we gonna enter the comedy portion of the night
Yes.
now?
We're getting a little punchy.
A little punchy.
It's okay.
Yeah, that one's a little tough to follow up on. But I got a presentation of Public Works. Folks at home know me, I'm Bruce Canareggi, I'm Director of Public Works. I'm also joined tonight by a great team. So there's Doug Martin, he's the Water and Sewer Superintendent. You got Jake Stanley, he's the Assistant Water and Sewer Superintendent. You got Derek Adams, he's the Environmental Coordinator, kind of oversees stormwater and our trash recycling program. We have Kate Hinckley, our GIS Coordinator. We got Jay Stearns in the back, he's our Fleet Manager. We got Mike Maglio, the Town Engineer. We have Carlos Rebello, the Highway and Ground Superintendent. We have Tony Burnetta, the Assistant Highway and Ground Superintendent. In the back, the two brains of the operation would be Kathy Morad. She's the office administrator, runs all the money, make sure we keep in line, so I have to come back and ask for more. And then we have Roseanne about the cruiser assistant. So that's my team, and they're excellent. So I was asked to give an overview of the Public Works. I got a lot of slides here, just show you where we're at, what we've done, and where we're going. So I'll try to get through it rather quickly. Roadway conditions. We were the first towns, we were looking at our stuff a long time ago. We all talk about asset management plans and stuff like that. So we did a big study back in 2012, and basically our road standards was a 77, a solid C. At the time, the council wanted to, move things forward. 2019, we were down to 73.5, and this year we did it, now we're down to 70.7, okay? Average expenditure for road improvements has been steadily declining. 2019, we averaged around $2.5 million a year. This is just for road improvements. 2005, as of right now, is going to be 1.7 million. So you can see we're way below that mark where we need to be just to maintain, never get better. And you got to understand, and I will say it's a lot of different things we do. Everybody has different opinions. Some people say, we get the calls all the time. I mean, one of my favorite stories that a UPS driver called me and say, I can't wait to get to Franklin. You got the best roads ever. Okay, we hear from residents in town, we got some of the worst roads ever. So I mean, it is an opinion that's out there, but this is a standardized thing that we try to do. Road improvement cost. Our highway operating budget is about $1.3 million. Past average annual funding spreadsheets, like I said, was $2.5 million for road improvements. But the previous funding sources for that was the water main replacement program, which I'll talk about later. The water would contribute some of that because we replace a water main, and then we improve the road after. Obviously, Chapter 90, use always around $1 million, but with the new standards, we're up to 1.7. ARPA money, we got a lot of ARPA money for road improvements. MassWorks grant, the biggest one, that'd be Grove Street, that, we redid the whole road, and part of that was, I'm gonna throw it out there, everybody's like, why is the sidewalk so big? Because that's required, the conductivity to make it that big. And then town capital appropriations. Different times in the budget, there'd be extra money through the capital, and they go ahead and point money to do roads in town. Total spend, like I said, 1.7, plan below. Chapter 90 funding for 2026 is, go figure, 1.7. That's it. We're not getting any money from any other sources the way it's appropriated now was like the ones above. And we need to average $3 million just to get our SRS back to where we were 5 years ago, not including associated drainage, sidewalks, and ADA improvements that I'll show you. Our projects cost just of different things. We have 126 miles of sidewalks, 76 are asphalt, 50 are concrete. Sidewalk condition index similar is a 67.62. We have a repair backlog of right now of $18 million, okay? There's an ADA transition plan. We cite all our ADA ramps in town. 1,253 ramps need improvement to meet current standards of $10 million.
Just a quick question. I'm not up on the acronym.
American Disabilities. American Disabilities Act.
All right, awesome, thank you.
So a lot of crosswalks, they change the standards out there. So it's like the wide and the grades, and you have to adjust all these. And a lot of ours don't meet that, so we have to study them. Now, it doesn't mean, this is one of those things, they can't force us to do it, as of right now, but we have a plan in place. We have to appropriate some money a year. But there's no time frame on this to get this done. But that number's out there right now, and every year goes by, further things deteriorate. Our parking lots, all around town, we have over 40 acres of parking lot. We have a repair backlog of almost $1 million. And then we looked at the quiet zone. Is everybody familiar with the quiet zone is?
No.
The quiet zone will be the trains coming through town, like you go through Norfolk, they don't hit the horns, okay? So if they don't hit the horns, we got to do all kinds of road improvements, all kinds of signage and everything else to do that. But that was a study that was done, previous council looked at it to consider.
So these are signs to tell the train operators not to hit the whistle?
There's a federal compliance
Yeah.
statute with it where if you want to get rid of the train whistles, you have to do the infrastructure improvements around the tracks so that people then know the trains are coming because there won't be any of those loud whistles. But people that live near the train tracks complain because they get woken up by the whistles and the horns.
This is not just at crossings, right? So-
No, it is. It's all the crossings.
For
Yeah, and there's
motorists,
a, and there's,
protections for motorists and pedestrians.
right. And then there's like a certain length of where you still need to have crossings and infrastructure to make sure that people know not to go on the tracks because they won't be doing the whistles anymore. So it's all those crossings. But eventually you'll get emails from some people complaining about the whistles.
I thank you for saying that. I didn't know what that meant.
Think about a lot more gates and a lot more lights. And then if you live near those crossings, maybe you don't hear anymore, but you can have a lot of flashing lights.
Right.
Because you have to mark it somehow.
Right.
Okay, no, I didn't get it. Whatever, okay. $7 million not to have sirens, okay.
But that's not a requirement. That is something that if the town
No,
chooses to. We are not obligated to
Correct.
do this at
We
the
looked
moment.
into it.
Yes.
Correct.
And it was way too much money.
Right.
The money is just,
I was really surprised too, to be honest with you.
to be honest with you, I was shocked at how much money it was gonna cost. We just don't, we don't have it, you know?
Right.
Some of us like train whistles.
I grew up next to a train, right? It woke me up.
Once your kids are grown.
Yeah.
So this is our grounds department. Our operating budget for the grounds is about a little over $1 million. We take care of all the town parks, the sculpture park, the community garden, disc golf, street hockey that we have, tennis and pickleball. Our fields would be all the town and school fields, natural and synthetic turfs we maintain. We do all line painting, grooming, fencing, and irrigation, replacement parts as needed. You know, this has come up with the council, so just so you know, about 60% of this budget, even though it's under general fund, this is to take care of the schools. So if that million is, if you ever want to count, isn't that 600,000 is going to the schools? Because we took that over back in 2005 or 6.
Yeah, I was gonna say 6, I think.
We took over the grounds, because it is more efficient in the whole scheme of things, having one person do it, but there's still a cost associated with it. Central Motors, once again, 1.5. I always think it's interesting, you think about it, we have 218 registered vehicles and equipment in town. That's not including lawnmowers, tractors, weed whackers, everything else that we take care of. All the winter stuff we do, the oils, tires, vehicle equipment, fuel, the DEF that we have to use now. You know what DEF is? It's you have to put in with a diesel fuel to make it more environmentally friendly.
Separate.
And the thing you gotta also remember about with Public Works is we're first responders, so we have to have a backup of supplies down there. You know what I'm saying? Because when the electricity goes out, well, that means we can't go buy stuff. If the gas pumps go out, we have to make sure we're still running, because we have to respond out there. So it's tricky, and do a good job with that. Curbside trash and recycling, operating budget is 3.1. We have almost 9,800 curbside customers. We have, I think you might have heard this before, we have an extremely low recycling contaminant rate, which means when our stuff is hauled to the plant to be sorted, okay, we don't have a lot of trash in that. The residents of town do a really good job,
Yeah.
which means we pay less per ton than other communities don't, that have a lot of trash in there. So that's really good. The residents doing a great job with that. Contract for disposal and negotiations. You all know where the Wheelabrator plant is? You know when you're driving out Western Mass, that big thing's always throwing off steam? That's where our trash goes to get burned, okay? We're one of the second-tier communities came in, so we have a very low rate, but that term's about ready to expire. So this is gonna be a big driver for that, because we do it by the tonnage. So that rate can go up We don't know. It's being negotiated with a bunch of communities. It's one of those things, they kind of need us because we have to give them trash for that plant, okay? But they can also say no. So it's a big balancing act that we're trying to negotiate with. Future waste bans compost, we're trying to get them more in the composting because they're closing all the landfills in Massachusetts, and no one wants a landfill in town. You talk about, they don't want these apartments across the street. I mean, no one wants a new landfill in their town, right? So that's getting very hard, and that's getting very expensive because they're all getting filled up. This is one we've talked about quite a bit. The cart replacement, we're way past due on this. So the lifespan of those carts out there that we have are about 10 years, and we're currently at 15 years on it. We have 20,000 barrels of carts, and they're $70 a piece. We looked them up, so that's $1.4 million, okay? They've lasted longer because I think the sun is the hardest thing on them, so a lot of folks take theirs inside, and that's why I think they come up with a 10-year, but they're gonna start deteriorating like anything else rather quickly, so that's something we're gonna look at. We've been spending money upgrading some that, just naturally break, the wheels and stuff like that, but it could be a big number, they all just collapse one day, I don't know. We're past that, but we're getting close.
Brutus, that's paid for by the fee. It's in the
Yes.
enterprise budget.
Yeah. Operating budget for the recycling center is around $250,000. This is a very popular program since I started here. 3,800 recycling customers up there. But we're still dealing with recent significant cost increase. Household hazardous waste obviously going up. That rigid plastic, the stuff. We were one of the first communities to take that. We were one of the first communities to take styrofoam through the years, latex paint. The costs are just going up to get rid of this. And we haven't raised the price up there. I just don't know. No one likes to say you get a raise up, but it's $35 a sticker. It's a pretty good deal because we've been able to balance those numbers. It's one of those things, the better we do up there, the more stuff we take in, the more it costs. So people in this town do like to recycle. The landfill, this is like the longest going project. This has been trying to, we could do a whole study on this thing, but that landfill up there is officially not capped. So two things happen up there. If you go by that landfill, what's one thing that's missing that you see in every other landfill you drive around? The stacks. For the gas release up there. We don't have that. It was never capped. That was capped with big fill clay at the time. And then there was another issue up there, if you don't know about it. They kind of filled in the state forest a little. We've got a bunch of trash on that, so we went through a bunch of litigation, and the state doesn't like to give up land once they own it, so Jamie, we could talk about this forever.
Yeah.
But we do own the land now, do the trash, so we're gonna eventually, we started the process of figuring out how to officially close it to meet DEP standards, and then also we wanna do a state-of-the-art recycling center up there. It's pretty good what we have, but we wanna try to do something better. But basically, at the end of the day, and these numbers are out there, but basically it costs $350,000 per acre. We have about 10 acres up there. We're looking at $6 to $10 million to close that thing. So that's something else that's coming down. Drinking water, once again, $8 million. Completed project, water main replacement over the last 20 years. We spent about $22.5 million on that. The Grove Street Water Treatment Plant, that's going to be done. We did that back in 2001, spent $12 million on that. The Fail Street Water Main Replacement Program, $250K. Okay. Currently approved and funded projects, the Franklin Ridge Booster Station, $2.5 million. That's getting pretty good. That was a grant money that we got for that. Well 7 PFAS removal, $6.5 million. That was SRF loan completion. On the Fisher Street Water Plant, which is down now, it's our largest, oldest producer in town, and we're planning that we're probably going to PFAS because PFAS is coming anywhere. But that was a $25 million SRF loan, and that'll be complete in 2027. Drinking water, these are unfunded stuff we have right now. The water main replacement, water improvement program renewal, basically the next phase I'd like to do is $12 million. How that all started back in, I say the turn of the century, there was a lot of bad roads in Franklin, and there was a lot of bad water pipe. It was really easy to tie these two together. We could use a little water money, we could use a little this, we started fixing all our roads, okay? It was very successful. We haven't done that in 3 years. We were doing every year, there's a 5-year appropriation the council approved, and then we pay off the bond and pay it down. But we haven't done that. But the other one is the water tank replacement rehab, $12.5 million. That's the hillside replacement. That's $10 million. The Bald Hill and Forge, that's a rehab inside the tank. And Pleasant Street service area configuration, it's a smaller, it's like a sub thing, that the way it's pumped around and everything else, we'd like to get rid of that and improve that $7 million. And then PFAS potential, I mean, I have no idea, but, you know, I threw out 50 million there because that's just where it's gonna have to go. I thought this was a great picture I'd throw in here. This is, so, our tank out there, when I started, it was the 7th oldest in the country. What are we at now? Oh, we're number 1. So we have and if you go, this is an old map. You can actually see in 1888.
Where's that?
Hillside Tank.
Yeah, Hillside
We're the
Tank.
oldest cast iron tank still in the country that we maintain, but we're using. It's part of our system.
Oldest library, oldest water tank.
Yeah, that's right.
We're number 1.
I know.
Let's go.
I don't like being number 1 in this one, I gotta tell you. Yeah.
First and goal. Thank you, Steve.
So the waterline improvement 5-year plan, you know, so Pine Street, you know, I know everybody what looks at social media and stuff like, yeah, we know about it. That's been on our list forever, and we're trying to improve that. And I think we have a plan this year to get going on that specific on Pine Street. A lot of breaks up there. It's an AC pipe that just, it's I could go on for about that, okay? We're also looking at Partridge and section of Maple Street, Park Road, Hillside, Moore, and Pinehurst, that area, Pleasant Hill Road, Acorn Terrace, and then Meadow Parkway. So those are the ones, but to do all that, it's about $12 million to replace the water line.
And when we replace the water line, we do the road.
Yes.
And when we replace the road, we're not gonna make it higher so that Jane floods more, right?
No, we'll make sure
Thank
the
you.
drainage works out there.
Because the other 5 neighbors will thank you too.
So, and then it's got the list down here, Lincoln Street, dams the town line, you know, Pleasant Street, but we have a plan for all this stuff. It's just a funding source. You know, we know we compete with other things. Sewer, our operating budget, $4.5 million. Obviously, the Beaver Street Interceptor, that's the biggest infrastructure job this town has ever thought about doing. It's $33 million. It's pretty much on schedule. We're making there. We're saving some money out there, whatever. I&I lining, that's when we actually we have a lot of old, what's called clay pipe, when sewer was first put in Franklin, downtown area, we put a liner inside there, and we seal it up. 2 good things about that, it keeps groundwater from going in, and actually gives a little structural improvements. Because you think of I always look at the groundwater we don't take from the ground is good for us, because we don't want to go in the sewer, because we own basically 80% of the plant, rough numbers, and that means we have to pay to treat it, because it goes to the plant. Also, we get all our groundwater, we get all our drinking water from the ground. So we don't be taking groundwater out, we want to keep it in Franklin. So that's part of why this is improvement. We've done phase 10, we're looking at phase 13, $2 million. If you don't know, we have 23 lift stations in town. Basically, lift station, it goes to a low air, we pump it up to a certain, and then it's taken by gravity. We've done an asset management plan to prioritize improvements. We've got a lot of grant funding for this. Upgrade existing control systems, $250K. We've got energy gap improvements, and then we get a lot of grants. They give a lot of grants for sewer, which is good. I'm trying to go through these real fast for you guys. So I want to show you this. Can you see it? So this shows you when we go inspect the pipes. You can see that's groundwater shooting into the pipe. So that water's clean water, but it ends up going to the plant, has to be treated because it's mixed with bees. So I always like to say when we're talking about sewer. So that's what happens. And the other thing we have to deal with, what we call is fog, which is fat, oil, and greases, which solidifies, and we do a lot of investigation with that too. As you can see going down the pipe here, you start seeing all this crud on the inside, and you'll see all this floating stuff. That's fat, oil, and greases. So they stick inside the pipe. It's almost like a concrete. And believe it or not, folks know that, like bacon. Everybody knows you don't put bacon grease down there, whether you have it, okay. The biggest one is actually soaps, if you think about it. A lot of soaps, you just, it's thick, you water, it cools down, it gets very hard.
So Brutus, when you see like that water coming in,
Yes.
is that when you schedule to?
We put a liner inside the pipe.
lining through?
Mayday, mayday.
That's right. Oh, there you go. All right, we got it. Yeah, so we line the inside of the
We line it
pipe.
as soon
It's
as
called
you
in
see it.
citro, and
Yeah.
they
No.
put it in there, it expands out, it heats. That's the, people see the steam, those trucks working through town, then they cut out everything. Stormwater, this is a whole nother thing. Our operating budget in the stormwater, and basically, to say it real fast, you know, I think this is ridiculous that you've heard. We all remember, Franklin, we sued EPA. You know that, right?
Yeah,
We're
you
the
went
town
down
that
there.
did.
Yeah, you went down there.
And we won. We got a lot of concessions through it. It's, because it's so freaking expensive. It really is, and I always don't see the value in it. But right now, I mean, just put in perspective, the phosphorus control plan, they set up, they want us to take 2,000 pounds less of phosphorus putting in a Charles River. That's what basically comes down to. Just a 5-year cost in this alone is $30 million. We're not even close to that. We're getting to a point we're gonna have to ask for an extension to go forward because we're not gonna meet the permits, and that was part of what when we sued EPA. But to give you a rough idea, basically right now it's $60.30, you know, per the average unit household, right? We'd have to go to $350. $350 just to meet what they want to do out there. And I think we all know that's kind of ridiculous, and we can't. And that's not just for us; it's for any town. But that's one of the things looking at the permit. So basically, it's more frequent street sweeping, catch basin, maintain or improve our infrastructure, detention bases, new infrastructure, and use science to manage. GIS I put in there because this is a very important tool. I mean, it's what we do. In the past, obviously, it's very expensive, there's a lot of continuity, long response time for updates, and always out of date, okay? All the stuff that we try to do, we really need the GIS to tie everything together. Presently, we have real-time data. Kate does a great job with that. We have immediate response for updates, and we're efficient and allow collaboration internally and externally. This is a slide that was kind of, I found out there, but this is sound kind of funny, but I think it was back in, I don't know, 2008, 2009. The town actually had extra money, you know, after the thing was all done and we're in May. And so they had all the department heads come in and explain, like, why do you need it? You know, the police came in, we needed a police officer, more safety gear, you know, fire department, school department, whatever it was. So I came in here and I thought about it, and I want you to think about this. Public Works, any other department, cannot do their job without us. Okay, you want to put a fire out? You need water. You want to drive down the road? We got to take care of the roads. The kids want to play in their parks. You want to open a school. You need Public Works, just like everybody else. And I beg for different things, and I got nothing, but that's okay. That's the truth. But Public Works, you know, we touch everything in town, and you know, you've heard me say some of the jokes. No one ever calls and say, "Hey, gee, my drinking water's great today." You know, I flush my toilet, because you take everything we do for granted, unlike different things that happen immediately. So it's a long-term type thing. So additional challenges, we've talked about this before, I think it's everywhere. In any department, it's shortage of workers out there. Outsourcing, getting the right thing, doing that balance of what we want to do internally and externally. Snowplow contractors, you heard about that. When we talk about snow plowing, the budget that we have, about $1.4 million, somewhere between $500,000 and $400,000, you know, depending on the normal year. We haven't had a normal year. That's the schools, because we took over all the schools. When I first got here, they had their own contract for, you know, snow removal. And we're looking to go back to that because of organizational type wise. But I'm just saying that's another part of my budget that goes to the school department, just like a lot of departments do. Global warming, you know, flooding, extreme events. We've been talking about blue in the face, whether you believe it or don't believe in it, but we have to react towards it, and it's creating different standards out there, whether it's flooding or the extreme events. And then construction costs, they ain't going down, they're going up. So I want to give you some good stuff. You know, so we've reconstructed over 80 miles of roadway in town since I've been here. That's a lot of miles, okay? When I'm talking about, that's not just the squiggly lines and stuff like that. That's actually reconstructing, grinding the roads, you know, putting a new layer on top of it. We've rehabilitated and constructed 33 miles of sidewalks. We established a proactive maintenance program to extend the life-expected roadway services from 20 to 40 years. I can show you different slides. If you don't do nothing, a roadway is going to fail, okay, within 20 years, okay? Well, we have a great program in town now. We're extending the life expectancy. Now, you know, we start with the crack sealing, we do the chip sealing, we do the mill and overlay before we get to construction. And we have a pretty good plan with that. Good stuff about parks and grounds. We replaced 2 turf grass fields. We create and build 2 parks. I mean, not a lot of towns are all building parks. You know, we did Delcart and we did the sculpture park. We built a dog park. We created a community garden, which it's so unusual to me because everybody has a lot of space around here, but people love that community garden. It's worked out really good. And I think you folks that have been in town for a long time, that I love our town common. I love what we've done up there with the veterans and stuff like that. It's a beautiful common, and I think we get a lot of recognition with that. This kids come out really nice. It's taking a lot of time. I get a little emotional because I like the common. Good stuff, waterworks. We replaced 45 miles of pipe in the ground. And that's a lot because we had a lot of problems. We rehabilitated, rebuilt, and improved 3 major water treatment plants. We reduced our average daily flow from over 70 gallons, per person per day to 46 in 2014. Those are like Boston numbers. What you got to take into consideration with that is the fact is there's not a lot of big lawns. That's all averaged into the average daily use. So that we've been able to do that because we've tightened our system up. Unaccounted for water, if you think about this, from 15% to 6.5%, the water we take out of the ground, by the time we have to measure all the water we take out, by the time it's delivered to everybody's houses, okay, we lost 15% of that. Well, there's a lot of energy pulling that out. There's a lot of treatment that goes on because the pipes were leaky, okay? It's not leaky anymore. We've tightened it up. It actually saves money. Sewer, we lined, like I said, 14 miles of sewer main. We've lined and sealed over 500 manholes. Those manholes would leak water in. And we've reduced our average daily flow to the Charles River conclusion by 1.2 million gallons a day. It's a lot of water that we're not sending over to that plant, which in course we're not treating it, so it costs us money. This is one thing I always hear about the comparison. This is put out by one of the engineering firms. You can put in any town on this site. So you look at bill comparison, because we hear all the time, like our bills are going up and everything else. If you look at our water and sewer bills, we're kind of dead center. Okay, we're the average. We really are. If you look at, this is the first chart up on the left-hand side. So we're kind of in the middle. Conservation signal, we're a little better, okay, because we're conserving water. Cost recovery, we're not that great because we're paying off a lot of debt service for the improvements that we've made. And then this is a very interesting one, the median affordability. What they look at is not only the cost of the water and sewer, they look at the average income of the town. You follow me? And you can see we're very low on that scale. What I mean by that is when we looked at different things is, yes, our water rates might be up here, but the average income, I'm not saying everybody, but the average income for Franklin's higher than it might be in Palmer, Mass. You follow me? They're paying the same rates. So we're actually very, very good on that. So, it's like anything else. It's just like you're paying for it. You don't like to pay for it. You want to pay nothing. But there is a cost associated. But I think Franklin shows that we're in a pretty good stead compared to other communities. Planned and projects. So this is the funded cost. We've obviously done the Franklin Ridge Booster Station. That was a $3.2 million grant. The well PFAS removal, 6.5 SRF loans. You guys all know what SRF loans are?
No.
So when you take a loan out, if you get the SRF, you get a reduced or no interest on that money borrowed.
State revolving fund.
State revolving.
It's an acronym, Bruce. Explain the acronym. It's okay.
State revolving.
It's a state low interest loan program, and you get a low, and then we were a housing choice community, so we actually get a lower interest rate beyond that.
Kind of like heat loans for residents.
Yeah, exactly.
And it saves a lot of money. So these, and then you got the Fisher Street, the Beaver Street Interceptor. We got all. So we're saving like millions and millions of dollars. The thing right now is most of the state revolving fund money is going towards PFAS issues.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've kind of changed the priority. So I can't say we're going to get those. We've been applying for one right now.
We've been applying for the hillside tanks for since I've been here for like 4 years now, but they hasn't scored high enough because PFAS projects, lead service line projects are all priority projects right now. So, and the capacity from the state revolving fund just isn't there to fund everything. So there's a really big backlog and hole or need for infrastructure, replacement that's outside of just PFAS and lead service lines.
So I got a question. God forbid something happens to the tank up on Hillside. What the hell are we gonna do?
That's a good question. Yeah.
No, you just don't want to give them the answer.
Yeah.
Because the answer's bad.
The answer is really bad. Yeah. And that's not something we want to see. So obviously, like Brutus said, that map doesn't lie, right? That was the original water storage tank in the town of Franklin from 1888. The tank next to it was from 1928. Yeah, they are both in desperate need of replacement.
I understand.
Yeah.
I was just kind of curious what happens.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, you'd have to come up with a plan, there'd be a lot of pumping out there, which costs a lot of money. The best example I give you what happened down in Plymouth with their sewer,
Oh, my God.
and that cost, you know, they had it, their population actually uses sewer, it was only like 10,000. But that job was what, 60-something million by the end of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully, this is all clean water.
Yeah.
Clean water.
Yeah. But
There's always a
obviously, you have
solution, but if it's not-
1.7 million gallons of water up there that would just go out, so. It's not the tank itself that concerns me, it's the foundation. It's an old fieldstone foundation. We've capped it, and it's in decent shape now. But, you know, all that we need is, you know, a good earthquake or something, and it, you know, it's not built for earthquake design.
Yeah.
They weren't thinking about that in 1888.
Yeah. And it's high.
So this is what we, basically 64 million barely funded, you know, parking lot improvements, you know, some money out there. Roadway improvements, you know, we're looking at $39 million. Sidewalk improvements, $19 million. Turf fields, carpet fields, you know, looking at $5.4 million. We do have a stabilization fund that, you know, we put money into. And then the roadway improvements, like the $39 million, but we're only getting 1.7, you know, in Chapter 90 because there's no additional appropriations from the town.
So Brutus, when you say this is, on the other slide too, funded and barely funded, roadway improvements at 39 million, that's not funded, right?
That's why I say barely funded.
But-
There is money, so I can tell you that right now, we're gonna at least put $1.7 million into that, basically projected Chapter 90 money.
Right.
But stuff keeps deteriorating, and we used to have supplemental money. So there is money in it, but there's not money to make the improvements as required.
So, best case, we'd want 39 million.
Not now, but over a period of time.
All right, okay.
Then we get completely unfunded.
What's that?
There's nothing out here for
Oh, I saw
$85
that,
million.
yeah, yeah.
That'd be the stormwater, okay, that's our ADA transition plan. Closing the landfill, recycling center, the quiet zones, water main replacement road improvement that we identified as 12, water tank improvement, another 12, and Pleasant Street service area improvements to, you know, get everything, so we don't have that problem where it's isolated with those tanks, is, you know, 5.5. So these are ones that have been working in town, these are my 5 biggest threats out there right now. And obviously, it's the roadways, because without continued funding supplemental, we're just gonna slowly go downhill, okay? We're gonna be at a D, and road costs are gonna go up. I think I explained to you, like, we're already starting talking about plan, which we're gonna crack, seal and chip seal, because we're trying to extend that, but we still need to do more than that. And if we don't keep doing that stuff, it's just gonna get worse and worse, and then we really have bad roads. Water lines, these are some good pictures. You know, iron and manganese comes out, but these are what we take out right at the plants. And you can see how much iron and manganese we have in the system. When I first got here in pre-205, there was 40, on average, 45 water main breaks a year, which is a lot. It's almost like once a week. Like Pine Street blew up last week. That was happening all the time. And we're averaging about 4 a year now, and most of them are not the big catastrophic pipe breaking. It's the service line blowing off the side. This is one that absolutely, I'll tell you through experience, it fries me, is that we have, it's called a saddle that goes on the side, and it's wrapped around stainless steel. And they, you know, they paid extra for the stainless steel to make this last. You know what they put on the backhand side? A regular bolt. So the bolt pops. You could reuse that saddle again. It looks almost brand new, but the bolt in the back blows, and it blows out the side of the pipe. So they didn't buy a stainless steel bolt.
Stainless steel bolt.
Yeah. But that's one of the things. And then, so without continued water replacement, breaks increase, water quality, you know, different things, the iron and manganese, and then the galvanized pipes that a lot of older places have that come in. The federal government's talking about that, about how they're gonna do it, but there's actually no funding for it right now.
Just the road work, just so I don't know if you guys all remember, I don't know if it was here, we did have an override. We put an override out, I think it. what year it was?
2014 for 1.5 million.
Yeah, and it got voted down bad.
Yeah.
Real bad. Like 8-1, right? Something like that.
I don't know if it was
something like that.
that bad.
No,
but
it was that bad.
It was like 60-40.
Yeah. 60-40, it was bad, though.
It was
Yeah.
much worse than the last two
Yeah.
years, for sure.
The story I always tell about that was that, I was talking to Carlos about it. We had spent a lot of time coming up with, to try to sell it. We tried to look at a different town and, touch different places so everybody got a little bit of love, because it's a political type thing. And I remember Carlos going to me, he's like, boss, didn't happen, what are we gonna do? I said, well, the 5-year plan's now a 20-year plan. I don't know what to tell you, but it's the same roads, you're just gonna keep going. Just gonna take longer to get done.
And become more expensive.
Oh,
And
was
more
it?
expensive.
No? 8 to 3.
8 to 3?
Was that?
Whatever fraction that is. Steve just pulled up the notes, yeah.
So this one, stormwater compliance with the NIPD's permit, and so non-compliance could result in a, consent decree. And that's what happened in Quincy. So because they didn't meet their stormwater, they got a $150,000 fine, and then they were told they have to spend $100 million by 2034. So Quincy, they're about 100,000 people, so they're like 3 times as big as that. They're basically saying, we got to spend $30 million to get this done. If you want to put it in perspective, you don't want to be in a consent decree. So, but that could happen. But then again, who knows what's going on with EPA, how much they're going to enforce, but politically right now, I don't know.
Other towns must have the same problems.
Oh, yeah.
right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Everybody
absolutely.
does.
Yeah. Landfill recycling center, once again, timely action avoids, we don't know what's gonna happen. State imposed costs on that, but we gotta do something with the landfill. It's been out there for 20-plus years. So this was a comment by a previous council, this is the most existential threat facing Franklin. These improvements, these long-term things and the costs associated with it. So me or my staff can hopefully answer any questions. I try to go through this really fast.
You did good there.
Yeah, that's pretty fast.
We'll start the same way. Council Malloy?
I had some questions just in terms of where some of the items were in our budget. A lot of this stuff looks like it adds up and runs through enterprise funds, but then there were other questions or other comments I probably should have asked you as we were going along. Not that big a deal, I think I can kind of figure it out. So I think I'm okay for right now. I think we can leave that big. But I guess just with the enterprise funds generally, it looks like sewer, water, stormwater, all of that. And maybe this is more for Jamie, just generally. Our realization on the enterprise funds, I mean, are we collecting, I'm sure it's not 100% of what those enterprise funds cost us, but, how close to that number are we getting?
I would have to defer to the treasurer collector, but both and this question just came up the other day, someone asked me this. I would say of all our enterprise funds, there's a 14%, levy that goes on unpaid bills for taxes and those things. We don't make very much money on that interest. The collection rate is extraordinarily high on water, sewer, and trash bills and taxes. I mean, I hate to say 99%, but it's a fraction of what we put out there. People are very, very good with complying with paying their bills. Very, very high.
But just in terms of
in terms of it's not a problem that's escalated up to me where we have to come to you and do something to try to incentivize people paying. In my 10+ years here, it's never been a problem where anyone's come to me from the treasurer's office, or I don't think for you guys either. About
In one house, we turned water off.
Yeah.
And that was like for years, because they weren't paying nothing, and then the bank had, so it was more
Yeah,
like
it was
taking.
every once in a while there's like a foreclosure tax title problem, but those are pretty rare.
I guess my question is more broad in terms of like water. I think for this current budget, it's like $8.1 million.
Yeah.
But That includes salary expenses, OPEB, principal and interest. You know, are we getting close to that 8.1 million in receipts as people are paying their bills?
It's a great, okay, I see what you're saying. We're over that. And so the retained earnings are money that wasn't budgeted, wasn't used. Retained earnings is just like free cash. But I also want to caution, even in a year of retained earnings, and I think in the capital plan that you'll see, which is already out there for FinCom, but will be in the packet on February 11th, it can ebb and flow, right? I mean, if it's a dry year and fewer people are watering, then there's less money, you know, that comes in, or the inverse, right? I mean, so it's based on usage. And we're essentially required through our Water Management Act permit to incentivize charging on a tiered system where the high users, particularly basically for irrigation and pools, is really what you're talking about here. For large lots, they're paying at a higher rate because they're consuming a lot more of water. And that's a unique feature to Franklin because we're part of the triadic approach, a little bit of an inside joke, but because we're a 100% groundwater fed community, right? No MWRA emergency, there's no other source, so we're a pure groundwater community. And because we're a pure groundwater community, that's why we have the Water Conservation Day on Wednesdays. I know people consider it a ban, but it's not a ban. And that's also why we have a tiered system of rate structures. So some years we have a high retained earnings and we're able to put more into capital. And some years we're not. The last thing I'll say on the, in terms of collecting the money, you know, we used to pay off our water main program with cash every year. We would actually never borrow the money and we would never pay interest, which was actually a fiscally prudent thing to do because we hate paying interest if we don't need to. But since the pandemic and all that federal stimulus money that came in, that federal stimulus money basically paid for a lot of that 5-year water main plan, but it kind of got all off cycle with the supply chain issues, the cost increases, and at some point on the goals, there'll probably be a goal of trying to get back into a rhythm of a 5-year water main plan so that residents can see what's coming up in their neighborhood. Because as Brutus said, once they know the water main is coming, then they know the road is coming.
There's a new road.
Right, there's a new road, right. I mean, that was always the
That was a great way to do it,
but,
yeah.
We're always meeting those benchmarks in terms of receipts. We've generally been moderate to conservative with our budgetary projections for that reason, because if you do go into a drought year, especially a level 3 where the state mandates a whole bunch of stuff, you know, we don't want to be in any deficits. So, and we tried over the years to build up the reserve a little bit. It used to be $1 million, but now we try to save 1.5 million. And that's also important to have in terms of the collections, because like for the residents that live over off Prospect Street, I know Councilor LeBlanc would know this, was it last year or 2 years ago? We had a literal emergency that we had to go in and spend.
Right near his house.
It was right near his house, right?
Near
Yeah.
his house,
I was
yeah.
gonna say, it was
Yeah.
a severe problem where we had to close the road. And we had to spend, what was it, like $300,000 or $400,000 in an emergency road culvert.
Culvert, we had to
So,
you had to do the culvert,
so when
right?
receipts come in, it's not just the budget, we're also trying to make sure you have that cushion for those emergency projects.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Are you good, Councilman?
All set, thank you.
I don't have a lot, just 2 comments. I wanted to just highlight 2 of the slides that you shared. You know, first off, appreciate the presentation. Had a chance to look at it over the weekend. Really helpful, really informative. Is in line with a lot of what I've seen and kind of what I expected. 2 slides that I did want to just draw people's attention to. One is the bubble slide, you know, with both Public Works and how it touches and impacts so many parts of this community and how important it is, you know, for it to do that. I think that's one, and I think your instinct was right in creating that, but that's one that really should get more light, more attention, because of just the impact it has on the community. So
Thank you.
that's one. The other slide I want to come back to that I think is really helpful, just informative, and speaks to some of the questions that I think people have. They just and don't have a ton of visibility in, is your one with the radio dials, you know, and the map, the select residential bill and monthly consumption amount, just showing where Franklin sits. You know, people wonder, where are my what am I spending money on? Like, where's my money going? This slide, I don't know if there's a link to it, if people can, but it's really, really informative and helpful. It'd be wonderful if this was something that, people, we could see as it gets updated, that people could kind of point to when they have questions, or they're just trying to figure out what's happening here.
Yeah, it's open. I can add a link on our water rate website.
I think that would be
good.
fantastic.
Sure.
That's what I was going to suggest, is a link on the.
And there's so many different ways. I mean, data's there, right? And
Yeah.
there's so many different ways you can slice and dice it. So this one, you can see it's just, we're looking at, we're comparing against utilities that have similar amount of accounts. So anywhere from 3,000 to 10,000 accounts. Franklin has almost 10,000, we're at like
So my
9,700.
suggestion with it is because there's so many different ways you can compare it,
Yeah.
it's gonna be really difficult for someone to kind of go in and have and know that they're looking at the right comparison. So kind of seeding that with, hey, this is the standard that we look at for Franklin because it's the best fit. There are other, and letting people know that there are other ways to manipulate so they can look too. But, yeah, I'm a believer that more information is better than less in general.
Sure.
And people can educate themselves as long as they're willing to go do the work. But having this out there for them is a really healthy and helpful snapshot as they wonder, where's my money going?
Yep, no, definitely, that's a good point. We can add that to the website.
That's all.
You good?
That's all.
All right, I have just a couple comments and then probably some dumb questions. But, so first of all, thank you for this. This is the kind of presentation that I wish we could put every single person in Franklin into the room to listen to, because, we are all affected by the roads and by the water and by our sewer system. And if they go, we're all in trouble. And we all need to be aware of, if we're not giving the town the money that we need to fix these issues, then we're all going to be in trouble down the road. So thank you very much for this. This is what I want to be, very visual or very out there for the town to see. But I do have a couple of questions. In the meantime, while we don't have the money to fix all of these things, I know you said that you don't want to raise the fees of like the recycling center. It's been $35 forever. If we raised it to $50, that would be less than $1 a week for people to take their trash. I mean, that seems like a lot, but it also that feels like it would go a long way to, offsetting even the operating costs for the recycling center. And if that's already figured out, then we could put a little bit away it would just be a little bit, but put a little bit away each year towards the cost of capping the old landfill, or figuring that out, something like that. I know no one likes to raise fees, but it feels like that would be a way to tackle it just a little bit.
One thing I will tell you, when I got here, the average trash they charge residents $400 a year.
Mm-hmm.
This was 23 years ago. And we were down below 200 at one time because of innovation, because of getting grants and everything else. So when people always say everything goes up, I can tell you trash hasn't, and it really hasn't. But, I got to give the residents credit for that, for doing it, because they really took under the wing. And, we were one of the, everybody does the commingled mix now, recycling everything. But we were, I think, the second or third town to try it, and there was pushback against it because you know how we're going to do it. But it has saved the town or residents, the users, I should say, a lot of money. So, and that's kind of where we're at now. We don't like to raise. I really don't. But we have to maintain it the best we can do.
Carolyn, can I just jump in with a question, because it'll save a question later, because it's on the same topic, but does Beaver Street pay for itself?
Last year it did.
Okay.
Just the recycling center. Don't think the whole trash.
Not the whole.
But the recycling center, yes.
Yes, the recycling center, because we did, and I was part of the trash committee, recycling committee, we made recommendations, and one of the things was that Beaver Street going forward should always be a break even. So that if the fees go up at Beaver Street, then, if the cost goes up at Beaver Street, then the fee should go up to cover it.
A lot of stuff that we get rid of is so volatile up there. Like we lose money on some things, like cardboard we're making a lot of money on.
I just wanted to make one point, Derek Adams, Environmental Affairs Coordinator. Is another aspect of this is we apply for a grant every year, the Sustainable Material Recovery Program, and we always get funding from that. And for a number of years, we were able to bank some of it because of the commodities market, because some things cost money and some things don't. And the issue is currently that one of the issues that we're facing right now is that Mass DEP wanted to see those funds spent down in order to make you eligible for the next year's round. So for the last 2 years, we've gone from $30,000 to $0, because the last thing I want to do is be ineligible for a grant because we're holding on to too much money. Plus, after COVID, the quantity that we've been getting up there has been significantly more than in the past. And additionally, with the mattress ban that came in, just another thing that went from $10 to $65. So in considering raising the fee, we also have to consider that we don't have that buffer zone for that grant. We will be getting that grant money every year, but instead of having 40,000 in there, it's now 0. So I just wanted to bring that point up to keep that in mind. Because we do try to keep costs low, we try very hard, and part of the way of doing that was using some grant funds to supplement it every single year, and that option is reduced at this point.
Thank you, Caroline.
I have one more probably dumb question. So as you were talking about the water pipes and how you have these beautiful stainless steel pipes but a regular bolt, and how that keeps popping off, what is the cost? Can we just replace the bolts? Can we put stainless steel bolts on those? And so then, like, instead of paying
That would be really, really expensive. You
Okay.
need a big hole to get them in.
So,
And-
okay, all right. So it's not just buy a new bolt that fits it and,
Not like
okay.
3, yeah.
Well, I wasn't thinking this, but like, okay.
How about Gorilla Glue?
All right. Okay, so you're saying it's far less expensive to keep replacing this or
It
keep
is.
fixing it?
Yeah. Well, the most of the pipes that are on, it's called AC pipe.
Okay.
It's transite, it's asbestos concrete.
Okay.
They use asbestos in the concrete to hold together. So even, that's a handling fee, so even when we take the pipe, we never take it out of the ground, we keep it in the ground, because then you have to deal with the hazardous waste. But that's the pipe.
Because of the asbestos.
It was very popular after they came up, like World War II, because they need steel for everything else, so they came up with this. And it's not a bad pipe inside, because it doesn't it doesn't break down, but it gets really soft and punky, and when you have a high groundwater table, so that's why it's failing a lot.
All right, thank you. I said they were dumb questions.
And a lot of roots
Never
can
done
grow
this.
through. A lot of roots can grow through them.
On the the sewer side, yeah.
On the sewer side, yeah, so that's, but go ahead, Ted.
I love when you guys come, but it always makes me really depressed. Right? Like, I love talking about this stuff. You know, I'm like your DPW champion, right? I'm the one that's always trying to find a way to talk about sidewalks and talk about roads and talk about water and all this other stuff, but there's no money.
It's no money.
And I guess the only good thing happening at the federal level is there's probably not going to be an EPA, so we don't have to worry about the challenges that you got. You know, just give that a couple more months and that'll just be gone. It's the one thing we can say, okay, something good happened. The world's going to blow up, but something good happened. But I still hold true to my previous statements, though, that I think if you want to move toward an environment of public trust, and you want to move toward an environment where people feel like their tax dollars are going and being spent in the right places, that we as a town and as a council and with you guys' help, we need to continue to educate so that people see more from the budget, right? Like, because I think if somebody, it's just a mentality thing, right? When somebody looks out and they see, oh, the town's out here working on my sidewalk. Oh, the town's out here working on my road. Oh, the town's fixing my kid's school. The town's fixing where my kids play. It's a little switch goes off, right? And says, oh, all right, that's my tax dollars at work. Where they don't see that, they don't get that same feel good with personnel. They don't get that same feel good with a lot of stuff in the budget. So, but when there's no money, there's no money, right? So we have to just continue to chip away at it. And I think show the public, yeah, you know what, like a lot of these feel-good stories, like, yes, we did make investments in your roads and sidewalks. It may not be where we want it to be, but it's getting there. We've made investments in water and sewer and all these other things, because people's basic expectations, right? I want to be able to have clean drinking water. I want to be able to have a road to drive on so I can go to work. I want my kids to walk to school. Like all these things we think of as basic needs, but they're so expensive. And we live in one of the most expensive states in the country. I think we're like in the top 5. And I just saw in the news that there is still a gigantic group of people leaving, even though we got people coming, we've got a lot of people leaving, and it's expense related. So we have to be really careful about what we charge people for stuff, because people they're at a breaking point. They, you know,
I totally agree with you. What we grapple with in Public Works and, you know, use recent things is when the budget comes up, we're not the police department, so, you know, they lose the SRFO officers or the ambulance or the school department when they cut the Latin program or, you know, whatever. You know, our stuff is, it's not instantaneous. It's the slow things. The roads start filling slowly over time. Our water quality, we have issues slowly. It doesn't, you're not going to see it, you know, if you don't give a budget, it's not going to change on July 1st. You know, it might be 4 or 5 years down the road when you start seeing it.
You have been a great advocate, Councilor Cormier-Ledger, on the infrastructure. I think the gap I'd like to try to close with the public is you can't do the bleachers without people. You know, I agree with you on your sentiments. I think that reflects a lot of folks. AI is not plowing our streets of ice and snow yet, and won't be for a long time, right?
Thank God, yeah.
Well, maybe those Waymos will come in with plows someday. I mean, they do work pretty good, but, you know, I think you still need, you know, personnel is capital. You know, we talked about this many times, and I agree. I think the public seems to have this slightly higher animosity towards the personnel issue versus what they can see and feel and touch and see my tax dollars at work, but we also need, you know, people to do that work. I mean, when people see the DPW team, and one of the things that's rare about our team is a lot of our guys on our teams actually do the work, right? You know, we actually really have paramedics that show up at your house, not a contracted service, right? So I think hopefully through this budget process this year, we can try to educate people a little bit more that, you know, we want to do more work. We don't have any money, but we also need the people, and there needs to be some sort of balance between the two. I know you understand it. It's tough to talk to people about that stuff. You know,
We love building stuff.
Yeah.
We do.
We do a lot more in-house than most towns, you know, which is a point of pride for, I think, everybody, particularly parks, you know, particularly the common, particularly the sidewalk work. I know you've seen it yourself, so.
Yeah, I mean, people, when they visit Franklin, they're always complimentary of our parks, of our common, of our buildings, right? Like, they do. They look at the playgrounds, they look at our sports fields, and they're like, my God, these are some of the best in the state. And that's a source of pride. It's a source of pride, right? It is. But then, you know, last summer we had some issues because we had to let kids go that would have normally picked up the trash, right? So like, okay, so there's a real reality to these budget challenges, is what I'm saying. But I don't think, especially now at 9:30, yet we've only got 10 people left watching, and you know, we spend more time grilling 2 people on ZBA than we're going to spend talking about the DPW.
That's a good point, too.
Right? Like, and this stuff needs real leadership and needs real solutions and needs real money, and I don't know where it's all going to come from. But I'm proud of you guys. I tell you that all the time, right? I text you that and thank you all the time because I mean it. But at the same time, we got to start filling some of these holes or we're going to be in a really, really big problem in 5 years, right? Where we're like, okay, we've got major emergencies with roads and water lines and sewer lines and water containers and, you know, what if the state does come calling on that PFAS thing or, you know, what are we going to do? Just put our hands up and say, I'm sorry, we don't have the money. Well, that's not going to fly, right? So we just got to keep chipping away at it. And I think as we in 2 weeks, when we do look at the capital free cash program, I know for me, a lot of that has to go to the things that you guys prioritize. It just has to. We're just at a point when we can't look at some of these requests and say, yeah, that's a want, not a need. And that's going to be very unpopular for all of us to have to look at our neighbors and our friends and colleagues on other committees and say, I'm sorry, but this just isn't the year for you to make that request to us, because we've got to put money in savings to try to hopefully get through this next cycle. And we also need to make some huge priorities to DPW. But thank you for all you do. Thank you for somehow making lemonade out of a couple of lousy lemons, and appreciate all that you guys do.
Well, thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually take issue with the comments that we have no solutions and that we don't have any money. In regards to, I think it's important to be fiscally responsible, but at the same time, this council has a very obvious solution, which is to factor water capital expenses into its rates. And it's been a conscious effort by this council in the past not to fund those rates at the levels that are adequate to fund the DPW. There are things like roads and sidewalks that, yes, they have to be funded by the general fund. But the enterprise fund is funded by water rates, sewer rates, stormwater fees. And those are all things that we have the ability and the choice to allocate money towards. And we're choosing not to. So I urge us to take a look in the mirror and think about what our priorities are. And it's actually a very fiscally responsible thing to actually look at the long-term investments. If we don't fund these things, what is the cost of that? Then we're pushing down the cost, multiplying it many years down the line by not funding some of these water improvements and sewer improvements. That's not fiscally responsible. So I actually urge the town administrator and the DPW to actually work towards goal CSF 3.1A, factoring water capital expenses into rates. And DPW has my full support in terms of making sure that they could get these things funded. It might have to be gradual, it might not have to be as fast as we like, but I do think we need to make these improvements. So thank you. I do have some questions before I forget. This could be like rapid fire, like just a sentence for each question. You ready for this?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try.
Could drainage for sidewalks be funded with stormwater fees?
Drainage for sidewalks?
You said that when you do the sidewalks, you need to put drainage equipment in there?
Yes.
So that can be funded by stormwater fees?
Yes.
Okay. Can trash bin fees legally be used to fund capping the landfill, or is it a separate account?
Separate.
Separate. And then the same thing for the recycling center fees, can they be used for capping the landfill?
We could use some of the fees to make the recycling center there, but the actual capping of it, probably not.
Okay. And what percentage of our, I already answered the question, is the town eligible for its own stormwater credits on its property? Is it utilizing all the conservation credit incentives it's eligible to receive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we actually have stormwater bins on our property that can get the credits? Okay, good to know. Is it possible for the recycling center to offer shredding services?
I guess we could,
Typically, that's a service that comes in for a day or a week, and it would just, there's a number of different things that we look at that we could bring in. That is one. Typically, they reach out to me, and it just hasn't been in the budget, but that's something I can look at further and see if we can swing it for either this fiscal year or next fiscal year. But it's typically a third party that will come in for a day, sort of an event, if you will. Yeah. Yep.
And I know the senior center has it too, so don't step on their toes, but I was just curious if it was something that could be more
Something we can
permanent.
look at for sure.
Is it possible to opt in for a smaller bin for trash for a lower trash rate?
Yep, we have that already.
We have that already? Does people know about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can out-of-town people use the recycling center for a higher rate?
We've never looked at that. I wouldn't think it would be, the one thing that we do is have a reciprocal agreement for hazardous waste. So other town, like if you're moving out and you're, I don't know, Medfield, you can come over here, but our folks can go over there too. So we do that. We do charge a fee for that.
Would it be?
I think you would, we'd have to look into that a little closer. But I would say right now, with the capacity of where the station's at, it probably wouldn't work out from a volume, because I don't know how you'd say how many people would be let in. It'd almost be like, okay, 100 people. But I would say that when the town in the future considers the lining of the tap, and the vision was always to generate a state-of-the-art recycling center, that's something that could be analyzed when that project goes through for sure, and see if that's available.
Excellent. Is it possible to get picnic tables for the common?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's just, there's no place to socialize. It's everyone's, there's the benches. That'd be great.
Yeah.
If it's something that makes, sense for the town.
Yeah.
Could you advertise the community assistance program with the water bill?
I think we do
is it
do
on there?
one once a year. Yeah. It's, you can't put the whole thing in,
Right.
because then the weight of the mailing that goes out, but we do a, what is it called? A bill slip? Some other verb, yeah. Some sort of buck slip. Thank you, Kate. Yeah. We do put the buck
Congratulations, you
slip.
survived the lightning round.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I would say is, Max is correct. You can fund capital programs through water and sewer rates. The one clause I would say is I think we have raised water and sewer rates quite a bit the last several years because of the Beaver Street Interceptor, and water rates because of the cost of everything going up. I think that is a part of the story with the finances and why people feel the tightening of the belt, right? They're feeling it all at home with groceries, electricity, with everything. But then also water and sewer are going up, and they may be for good reasons, right? I mean, nobody wants to pay the sewer rate that's 5 times what they're paying now when we have a blown out pipe with not being able to flush toilets, right? That's a worse problem and more expensive. But it's still, for the average taxpayer, water rates are going up this fiscal year, coming up in FY '27, and then after that, it stays stagnant. Sewer rates, I think, are going up for 2 more years to pay for the interceptor. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Okay, I got a few things, because I like to be challenging.
Okay.
All right, so first thing was on your stormwater, okay? You referenced the Quincy example,
Yes.
but I looked at the EPA link, and it actually, for their civil penalty, it was $115,000. And that was because they were untreated, they had untreated sewage that was being discharged into the Boston Harbor, Neponset River, and various other bodies of water. The $100 million that you were mentioning was the cost for the remedy Quincy is implementing to reduce the untreated sewage from entering the body of water mentioned. But at the Finance Committee, at the FinCom FinCom meeting, it's my understanding that work at our current capacity and infrastructure, we're in a good position to support our town. So that really isn't an accurate comparison.
There are two, what Quincy was dealing with, what we took care of a long time ago, is the stormwater was combined with the sewers, so during high flood events, they would mix together, kind of what they had to do in Boston type thing, but it is all stormwater based, and they were under a consent decree to do that. Our permit, they were dealing with sewer. If you look at the Cape, they're dealing with nitrogen. We're dealing with phosphorus with our permit. So we have to address it. It's a different issue. It's like down the Cape, you see down the Cape, they're dealing with nitrogen issues because they're sending out too much nitrogen and they get too much algae blooms down there. That's what they're
Okay.
dealing with.
In the stormwater?
In the stormwater. So
Okay.
our stormwater, we're dealing with phosphorus. I'm just trying to say, we're getting behind there, and we don't want to get fined because they could fine us if they want to. And then they actually get to a point, they tell us how much money we have to spend and how we have to do it.
Okay, I just wanted to try to clarify
Sure.
this.
It's a good point.
I know you touched on the stormwater fee.
Mm-hmm.
Please tell me you're not suggesting that we raise it to $350.
No, and
Okay.
I am on record, people like on social media, they call it like my fee, the rain fee. No, I'm just providing you the information. We fought that the whole way. Down in DC, EPA will tell you right up. We tell you what needs to be done. It's not our job to figure out how to fund it. Talk to MBO, talk to Congress. They're the ones to tell you how to fund it. So no, I'm just saying.
Well,
the
I
way
saw
it's
that and I was like, oh no, because I was at the original meetings back in, I don't even know when, 2020, 21.
Yeah.
And I was at that mic a lot.
Yeah.
So I was like, and everyone's like, it's gonna be minimal, okay. And then I see 350, I'm like, that is far from minimal.
I think it's asinine, and I'll tell you that, because
Well, I think I should get a credit and everybody else in this town should get a credit when we flood and we store the stormwater in our basements. Because mine didn't go out into any pervious area, it was on my floor.
Okay.
So where's my credit? I have to call the EPA.
I'll make one point for the consent decree in Quincy versus Franklin. I would just say it kind of all ties together where the 350, which is an average for the single-family home in Franklin, would cover the amount of work that we would have needed to do to be in one, essentially 100% complete compliance with just the 5-year plan. This is really a 20-year plan, but just that first 5-year chunk. So in a lot of ways, with direction from Jamie and Brutus and a collaborative effort from everybody, in a lot of ways, my job and our job is to make sure the town doesn't get sued. I'm very confident that the work that we do is sufficient enough where if the EPA happen to come down and say, crack open the books, show us what you're doing, how much, and then I say, we have this pot of money, this is the work we're doing, it's literally everything we can do. I'm confident that we're in good shape. But on paper, when we submit our annual report, they look at the PCP that we submitted 5 years ago. That was our plan. We said, we're going to do this. We're not collecting the revenue to complete that work. But I still am confident that we're doing everything we can, where if they came in, that we would not be in a situation that another community is in. But that's where those two things kind of tie in together.
Okay. Do we still have a stormwater subcommittee? Just curious.
No.
No.
Are we doing one or no?
No.
Okay. All right, so the next might not be as painful. What am I talking? The phosphorus plant. So you're saying it's 30 million to implement the 5-year plan. That's what we're in right now, right?
We're in year 8 right now.
So-
There's a lot, I know it's confusing, there's a lot of different timelines that they give us to do. So,
but is it 30 million just for that first 5 years, or like?
correct, that's what we would have need to spend, I think it was like approximately 4.75 million for 5 consecutive years, which that funding would have largely gone to new construction projects, which would, opens up a whole nother can of worms. Do we have the land, do we have the space? So that money would have been allocated to that. We collect just over $1 million, which is awesome and great, and I think we're doing a really good job sweeping the roads and cleaning the catch basins and all of that, but that's where the disconnect comes in.
Okay.
So each year, we're about $4 million behind, to use generalized round numbers.
So is it almost like 30 million for every 5 years is basically what it
This is
rounds out to be?
I know it's not a game, but this is the fun game we have to play with the EPA, because every 5 years, they issue us a new permit, and I don't know if they're gonna, it's been
changes.
2 years we're waiting to get the report that they were supposed to, for the new rules and regulations, if you will.
Then let's
So-
hope they get taken away.
We'll hope it at least just stays what it is right now, and they don't get more aggressive. They might say, you need to test all of your outfalls for caffeine. I don't know. Like, we have to wait to see what they're bringing us for the future years.
Okay, then, one more little question and then 2 little statements. This page right here, okay? I'm trying to understand. So if I go down to the bottom with the 20 and we just go at the bottom one, we have 2495.3 pounds of phosphorus.
Yes, if you want a quick visual for that, basically why phosphorus is a big reason for us is the leaves fall on the road, the cars drive over the leaves, the rain comes, it washes the leaves into the catch basins on the side of the road. When additional rain comes, think of it as tea. Basically, those leaves leach phosphorus. And then that phosphorus eventually gets discharged into the environment. That's what the EPA is telling us what we need to remove to reduce algae blooms in the Charles River
So
and
they
in
want
Boston
us to
Harbor.
remove something that naturally occurs.
That is correct.
Fantastic.
I'm on
Okay.
record telling we could rake the state forest.
But-
Would we get credit for that? We would.
But now on this slide, so if I'm correct, we already take out 362.8. So by 20 years, we're supposed to have removed an additional 2132.5. Is that the way I'm reading this? Like, that's what we still have to figure out how to get rid of?
That is the gap.
Yep.
The ultimate end goal is the 2,132.5 pounds, and we're not hitting our targets for that, because that is the construction
So we need to get a lot
part.
of artificial trees.
What they like to see is the detention basin is what they like to see. So the detention basin is a shallow bowl that collects the stormwater. It gives it an area for the water to permeate back into the ground. Any overflow does overflow, but that's what they want to see. And that does tie into our water program because we have wells. So we do want the water to stay here instead of go to a river, which goes to a river, which goes to the Charles River. So it does make sense, but I do agree with Bruce, the timeline is rather aggressive.
Okay. Now, a couple more questions, very, very easy. One, with the stormwater process, I don't know if anybody else would be interested, but can I get a tour to see how you do it? Just so I have better understanding, because I get what you're saying, but visuals work better for me.
Sure.
Perfect, I will email you. I wanted to touch on roads, and I know I've said this before, and I didn't say it as a counselor, I said it as a resident. But many, 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 many moons ago, excise tax was collected specifically for roads. Somewhere along the line, everybody changed that, not just in Franklin, just like everywhere. Why can't we have the excise tax be specifically for like road and sidewalk maintenance?
Because you bring in about, so I know Mr. DeRico is a big fan of this, and I know Joel has been lobbying me and Jeff Roy for many years for the state to raise the excise tax, right? So the state has to raise the excise tax in order to bring in more revenue to go towards roads. In terms of the 6 million in excise tax we have, I don't ever believe that was the case, because there's never been, in my 10 years here, plus years, and I can't speak to the early 2000s when Jeff was TA or Bruce were here.
It was before,
Hold on.
definitely before you.
Well, then the excise tax, if it was 20 years ago or 25 years ago, it was probably 3 million in excise tax money, or whatever. It's 6 million today, right? So if you go back 20 years, I'm just guessing, it was maybe only 2 or 3 million. I think that was a metaphor the previous town manager said as a cause and effect, but it never really, it's not like the town of Franklin ever had $2 or $3 million in its budget. I don't think the town of Franklin ever had $1 million in its actual operating budget towards road and maintenance. The overwhelming majority of road work that's been done in town has been through Chapter 90 money, through the state allocation. We've been extremely aggressive with grants and going out to MassWorks grants, like the Grove Street project is a great example of that. There was definitely a lot of mitigation money put forth during planning board decisions. I think $1 million of the cannabis money we got maybe 6 years ago from host community agreements went towards roads. So it's always been this patchwork. I would need to dig back in the records, or maybe Mr. DeRico can send me an email. I don't ever recall, I could be wrong, but at least in the 10 or 15 years of history that I'm pretty familiar with in Franklin, there's never been. What we did do, and Councilor DeLorco reminds this, is hotel tax money was usually left off budget for many years. And then whatever money the state distributed to us, the council would always approve the hotel revenue for that year towards roads. And that was the case up until the pandemic.
I mean, yeah, I don't know about.
So the hotel tax is true. We did use that money for roads, but I don't think the excise tax was exclusively dedicated towards roads. It's always been a local receipt general fund appropriation.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't know what Joel DeRico was saying. I'm going by, honestly, when my mom was alive, this is something that she dealt with when she was on council and everything like that.
When was that?
I don't know. I was
80s, 90s?
I was a teenager.
Well, just give me a ballpark.
I don't know, I was a teenager.
90s?
Maybe early 90s.
Okay. So that may have been the message that Wolfgang or somebody gave back then and said, well, we're making $1 million in excise tax money, we put it towards roads. But it has never been a dollar for dollar. It's not like the excise tax. So if you did that today, right? So say you took the 6 million in excise tax money and say the council said, we want to dedicate that 6 million exclusively to roads, right? You would make a big dent in this, but you'd have to cut $6 million worth of services elsewhere to go pay for this. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna take an educated guess that that's gonna be pretty hard to do. So at this point, it is what it is. And now in the budget proposal coming up in FY '27, this is actually pathetic. But I think we have in the budget model $175,000 of town tax money that goes towards road and sidewalk maintenance and construction. That's pathetic. That doesn't even pave one road. That maybe gets you some small projects on sidewalks, maybe some chip seal contract.
Crack seal.
It gets you almost nothing. A few years ago, we did have $600,000 in the budget to help supplement the state Chapter 90 money, but all that roads money has been cut in the last couple of years from obviously the failed overrides. So, you know, I mean, at some point you have to make choices, and we've cut, you know, the DPW across the board with tree trimming, crosswalk painting, summer help, trash cans, trash pickup. I mean, it's just been across the board. Consultants, engineering designs, I mean, we've pretty much, maintenance, I mean, so, you know, I don't know what, you know, what happened back in the 90s, but I think, you know, that was 30 or 40 years ago. It's just not the reality anymore.
I just was wondering if it's something that we could look into.
Yeah. You could, and I'm just saying it, like, we collect about $6 million a year in excise tax now. You'd have to cut $6 million somewhere else and put it towards roads.
And then just the last statement, and only because you're sitting here and it has nothing to do with your presentation. We're supposed to get a lot of snow, 12 to 18 inches. And I promised, I replied to Brutus's email because we're having the parking issue, and they had, what, 30, what did you say, 25, 35?
They're about 35 to 40.
Cars and that are still parking on the road. So I think that we either A, need to just consider doing a full-on ban again, or if you're a second-time offender, it's like $100 ticket, because at this point, you're costing the town money when they have to deal with those cars that are on the road that are not supposed to be. Somebody's gonna get hurt, or property's gonna end up getting damaged because the plow truck's gonna go down. With that kind of snow, they might not even see a car because it could just look like a pile of snow, and they're gonna get hit. So we're gonna either slam those tickets and get an increase, or we go on to a full-on ban, because if you can't follow the rules, then you will suffer the consequences.
Sounds good to me.
Sorry, if I can follow up.
Go ahead.
Do we have and I don't know. Do we have a way to, I don't know, send out, sorry?
Oh, God, I think I
to
know
send
where you're
out-
going.
Yeah, to send out, you know, an alert time.
A robocall or
A
something?
robocall or something.
So,
Is there
all right,
a
so,
reminder for it?
yes, robocalls are a divisive issue.
Yeah.
We will send out as many robocalls as you guys want. Here's the problem with robocalls. You will get 20 times more complaints, and we actually see after every robocall, we find dozens of people say, I don't want this, why am I on this, get me off. And the chiefs, and the chiefs and Brutus, and probably the emergency response folks, you know, with water and sewer will tell you, especially the chiefs, that you don't want to keep losing people off the robocall lists. And I know it sounds crazy. I know, but I'm just telling you, we all get complaints after every robocall. If there was a bank robbery, get me off the list. I don't want to get your calls anymore. I mean, people, I don't know how to explain it. We hear from people that complain about communication. We have a very good system we use with all of us work the same, the schools use the same system. It's worked very well. People hate them. And then I don't know where the delta is on all this stuff, but if you guys want to promote and give us the backing and tell us you want us to give more robocall,
It just feels like it's cheaper to send out a notice when we're aware of a snowstorm.
Yep.
To say.
No, I agree. I thought of that earlier.
Yeah,
Ken,
like,
to be honest
hey, we're
with you.
expecting 12 to 18 inches, just, you know. reminder parking man, or you don't even have to necessarily remind the parking
Yeah.
man, well, it'd be great.
The
But just,
parking ban
hey,
in effect.
notice there's gonna be 1.5 feet of snow this week.
Yeah.
I always found that to be valuable.
Well, the communications director will help with some of this. I mean, I will say capacity is a problem in my office. The police usually put that out too, and the fire department, and the DPW puts it on their Facebook page. I don't think it's much more than some just honest complacency from people. I don't think it's there, but I mean, when's the storm coming?
Sunday to Monday.
During
And
the.
they're looking 12 to 18 inches.
All right, well, I'll talk to the chief. I'll talk to Chief Lynch and just see if he can put out a message or work with us on what he wants to do and try to get out the parking ban a little bit earlier, and we'll give it a shot.
I think we need Brutus's.
We will. I'm fine with that.
No, real quickly, I think you all know, like, the message I used to put up. A lot of people love them. And that's why I tried to make them a little more tolerable, because we were getting so much pushback about it. But Jamie's right, we get a lot of pushback. So kind of what we've been operating under, if it's a true emergency, that's when we're sending stuff out. You know, 18 inches of snow, that's more of an emergency.
Yeah.
You know, last week was about the barrels, day pickup. I mean, it's not really an emergency. If you put your barrel out and get it picked up, that you're just gonna know the next day and word of mouth's gonna get out. So that's why I didn't feel it was necessary. But usually a lot of my messages are tied in with other things. The governor will declare a state
That's
emergency,
true.
stay off the road. We go out there, I talk to the police chief and fire chief. They like when I do the messages, so I would go
Yeah.
with them.
We'll talk to the chief. I'm happy to do it.
And,
I'm not
whatever you
against
guys
it at
want.
all. I would love to do
Can
robocalls
the same
all the
system
time.
send a text message? Do we have that capability?
Yes, but how we get the list of residents is also a different thing. Some of it is sourced through we pay for a contract through Regroup that goes through essentially cable subscribers through another third party who buys it from them, and then we get that list. And that's about 80% of the populace in town. But you only get that update once a year. And then we have a self-subscriber system. So the text messages don't really go as far. You have to subscribe yourself to get the text messages. And for years, when we had a communications staff before, and myself and Amy and others, the police, DPW, we have done a lot of outreach. Unfortunately, some of it's getting lost, I think, in a little bit of the white noise, but Steve, you've dealt with this a lot too. I mean, it's been a challenge to get people to subscribe to some of this stuff.
And plus, the kids up at Dean, they're not gonna get notified either, and I bet you that there's a lot of those, that whole area there probably has a lot of
But
cars
I
on
do
the
think
street.
we have to look at increasing the tickets and stuff, because there's a lot of repeat offenders, because the bottom line is this: it's costing the money with the DPW trying to get around the cars and not knock them over. And we already know you're getting yelled at everybody's mailbox, you don't need to be yelled at about the vehicles, all right? And then we have to pay for police to go out and do the tickets.
Yeah.
So with a town that's budget struggling and trying to save money, and you're costing us money by doing these things, it's time to put an end to it. $25 first offense, after that it's $100, third time it's towed, you can get it out of the impound yard.
Yeah.
Like, we're not playing anymore, it's not a game.
Sure.
And I think we need to have a discussion, so it's something that we can put in, I don't want a resolution, a bylaw. I'm tired, so I don't really know what it
So
would fall
you
under.
do need a bylaw. So there'll be just to give you a tip, there will be a fee. Ambulance receipts usually get upped every year. I just met with the fire chief the other day about this. There are a couple of other tweaks to some fees through our budget meetings that some staff need to deal with costs, like the passport photo, like just a couple of small things. I think the clerk had a couple things, the Board of Health, like some very odds and ends. The council did a whole fees bylaw last year of an upgrade of the whole system. And I was gonna say to y'all, if you want to upgrade the police ones, and, I will tell you, it's like the old, there was a joke by Chris Rock, that said years ago, it was infamous, if you wanna stop people killing each other, charge people $10,000 for a bullet. So if you really wanna get out there and you wanna stop it, charge people $10,000 for and they will get the message. So if you hit them in the pocket, not $100, that won't matter. People will pay.
People will pay.
People will pay $100.
Well, it would matter to me.
Well, I'm just saying, like, me too, but.
That's why we need to have a discussion, so we can actually
But,
come to a determination. I'm just throwing it out there, because right now it's 25.
Yeah, so
Or
we are packaging a bylaw to come for you guys for budget season, to look at all those, and you guys can amend it with, because I know Councilor Griffith brought it up, I think, too,
Yeah.
at one of the meetings a couple weeks ago, and so we've been talking about it as a staff, and we're trying to mirror that with the budget cycle so that you can assume, by the way, increased revenue in the budget to help offset some of the town's costs, right? I figured that would be a worthwhile conversation, so. So we are working on that and appreciate the suggestions.
Besides the fees, one thing we've kind of seen is the actual language.
Yeah.
Like, we can only give a ticket out between 1 and 5.
Oh,
It should
right.
be a little longer, and then, actually during the event. You follow me? That's the only window we can do it, so.
Okay, language change?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good.
All right, that's a good point. That's a good point. We can put that in, right, Jamie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gene, go
I
ahead.
yield the floor.
Thank you. All right, I will be quick. Just this is a question, this isn't us so much, but a few years ago, they passed that like big federal infrastructure bill, right? Did we see any of that money? It was like supposed to improve infrastructure.
Yeah, through the SRF, the ARP.
So there was one project on Grove Street that qualified. We did get some money through that, but to be honest with you, we qualified for very little. A lot of those infrastructure improvements are towards major cities, public transit, bridges, roads with far greater problems. So when they score those grants, they're going to score it based on condition. And I hate to say it, but our infrastructure is exponentially better than most places in the country. So we didn't qualify for the vast majority of those. Is that a decent summary?
Yeah, and then I would also add to a lot of the BIL, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, went through, in Massachusetts at least, went through the SRF program.
Right.
Which is why for Beaver Street, you saw the Biden sign and it said, funded by. So we did benefit through that, and they were able to, boost up
Fund more projects.
Fund more projects.
Okay.
But that's gone away now.
I was curious about it, I'm sure other
Yeah.
people are curious about it.
Good
too.
question.
Trash and recycling, the rates, do you know what they are off the top of your head? How much we pay?
For what, per quarter or per
No,
year?
like the tonnage, like how much do we pay? Because it used to always be that like recycling was a lot cheaper than trash, which
I
is why we
believe-
wanted to push people towards more recycling. How is it now?
So the trash rate, I believe, is 9207. I can verify that for you, but it's close to 100 a ton, per ton.
Relative.
And recycling is less than that, but the recycling does fluctuate month to month, as trash does, based on not only, trash is a fixed rate per year, and then, depends on how much we're throwing away, or collectively we're throwing away. Recycling follows a complex formula that is kept rather opaque from the communities. So essentially, Waste Management owns the materials recovery facility. And then they get not only our community, but everybody else's, and then they go to the market and they say, who's going to pay this for that, who's going to pay this for that? And then it's, the rate that we receive is based on the commodities market. So, but it is less than trash currently, yes.
I will say in my experience here, though, is that at one time we were actually getting money for the recycling, and then during COVID, they actually, recycling costs more than getting rid of the trash. And that's why you saw up in New Hampshire, they stopped recycling. They just burned everything, okay? You can't do that in Massachusetts because we're required to recycle, but but we're actually lower now than it was before.
To give one more perspective, sorry, on average, it's between 20 and 25,000 per month for our recycling invoice that we get from Recycle America, and it's approximately 50 to 55,000 per month for the bill from for the invoice from Wheelabrator. Waste Innovations now is what it's called.
Yeah. So my point, more to the public, you guys understand this already, is that if we recycle more, the more you recycle, I mean, it's not only good for the environment, right, but the less the less we all pay in our fee. So that's another good reason why, to try to recycle.
We have I've said it before, just so you know, we have one of the highest recycling rates in Massachusetts.
Do we?
Yeah, Franklin, yeah, we're in the top tier.
And it's scored extraordinarily high on our citizen satisfaction survey.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they're happy about something, that's
They-
good.
10 years
They're
on
actually
the
happy about
recycling
everything
committee.
according to the survey. It's just a couple things. but-
Maybe that helped, who knows?
Yeah.
My last thing is just a comment. So over at least a couple of years here and there. As a resident, I've had questions about water. Anytime I've gone, now I'm a town council, I can say something about this. Anytime I've needed something, I've gone to Doug for questions, and he's just like amazing as far as getting back to me. I'm sure other residents as well. I mean, I wasn't at a town council. I remember he just answered my questions and get back to me in email, and, you know, so just wanted to give kudos to Doug, and I'm sure others on your staff are similar, so. thank you.
It's a great team. It really is. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Oh, well. So, I got nothing at 10:30, 10 o'clock at night. I really don't know. You guys do a good job. I know I'm kind of, you know, we're heroes right now because I kept the airport open, you plowed the streets, so we're all heroes.
Yeah.
Right, we're all heroes. The airport wasn't shut down. I look great. Right? I look like an idiot after, well, this storm coming up, as you know, yeah, this storm coming up, I mean, we're still working out, you know, the repairs, probably, you know what I mean, the repairs have to get done before Sunday. Like, I could have worked tonight if I wanted to. So, I mean, we're working around the clock just to get ready for this next storm. So I know what you guys do. You do a lot, and that's just the repair shop. That's not counting the water department's out. You see 5 to 6 guys out on the water department, but the rest of the guys are down the other end of town doing something too. So, I mean, you guys are always doing something. So, it's like a city. You're a city within yourself because you got to take care of everything. And I understand that. That's what I kind of do too. So, you guys do a good job. You know, it's a tough job. It's tough to get workers. There's no workers out there no more. Nobody wants to do this anymore. That's the big challenge. So, that's it. You guys do a good job. It's 10 o'clock. Let's.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, Max, I couldn't take you on a.
Oh, don't
He
worry
actually
about it.
called for snowplow ride. I was gonna take him up, but this last one wasn't a good one. We weren't supposed to get 3 inches, we got 6. I don't know the way.
I was so happy. And if you want to really get them moving, just hit them with the plow. Just hit them. That's what I'm gonna do.
But the cars.
Not the people. You heard it. They'll move it. They'll move it.
Hit them, find them.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, guys.
All of you.
Let's talk about cars. Just quickly.
All right.
There's only 2 things on here.
There's only 2 things.
And then Jamie can talk about the budget.
Yeah.
So,
What?
sorry.
So, moving on, we're gonna go to resolution 2606, amendment to the cannabis license local improvement process and cannabis social equity policy and social equity policy. So, the clerk will read the resolution.
Motion to skip the reading.
Second.
Seconded.
Motion to skip the reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
It's waived, but.
It's waived, but you still have to vote on it.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody has to make a
motion to vote?
Yeah, somebody has to make a motion. Move resolution 25-06. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any talk, any debate? Max?
I do want to ask.
I'll tell you.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead.
I did want to ask Town Administrator, through the chair, would this put us at legal liability with the state?
No, I actually, I did get in touch with them. We did submit it on Halloween, and they haven't reviewed it yet. So I just said, let's just amend it, you know, based on what I heard at the last meeting. You know, Mark and I met with Steve a couple weeks ago. We made the changes, and they basically said, have the council revote it with whatever the changes are, resubmit it, and then we'll get feedback from them. But November, December, January. I doubt we'll have them read it now by February, March, April, so who knows? So it's no legal liability or jeopardy with them. They actually recommended to us to have you guys amend it the way you wanted it to before they went and did a full review.
Okay.
I know, this is all new, so I don't think anybody knows where the goalpost is. It is what it is.
If they don't like it, they'll tell us.
Right. I tried to get the guy over 5 emails too. Could you just give me some feedback on the draft from October? Could you give me a smell test? Like just something? Wouldn't do it. So I said, all right, so we met with Steve and said, we'll just give it a shot and see what they say. If they have a problem, they'll tell us.
And Jamie, Jeff Roy had no luck either?
No, I told him it wasn't gonna really help. He did interact with them and he did try to give them a little bit of a shove, but I think it didn't matter. The licensing person said, we haven't read it, just amend it, send it back, and we'll do another review instead of reviewing it twice, which, it's not a long document. He could have just read it in an hour and told us what his thoughts were, but I don't know. It is what it is.
Okay.
Done.
So all in favor of resolution 26-06?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Okay.
Resolution 26-07, gift to accept Franklin Public Library, $500. Clerk will read the resolution.
There's a note here that I need to read you the memorandum before the actual gift acceptance, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Sure.
So this is a memorandum from our town administrator dated January 16th, Resolution 26-07, gift acceptance at the library. The library has received an extremely generous donation in the amount of $500. This donation was made by Mr. Jeff Nutting in memory of Mr. Ken Norman. In Jeff's words, Ken was a wonderful person and a true public servant who gave countless hours to our community. I will miss him. This donation will be applied towards children's programming at the library at the discretion of the library department. The town extends our sincere appreciation to Jeff for this donation and shares his sentiments about Ken Norman, who was an exceptionally dedicated member of the Franklin community and a dear friend to many. Our deepest condolences with the Norman family. The donation summary, Franklin Public Library Department, $500, donated by Mr. Jeff Nutting. And Jamie, I don't know if you have anything to add. It said ask you questions, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Pretty self-explanatory.
So, okay to read the actual acceptance of the gift? Acceptance of the gift to the Franklin Public Library. This is Resolution 26-07. Whereas the Franklin Public Library has received a generous donation in the amount of $500 to be used at the discretion of the library department as follows. Donation summary, Franklin Public Library, $500. Donation to be applied toward children's programming at the library at the discretion of the library department. Donor information is included in tonight's packet. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Franklin Public Library, gratefully accepts this generous donation to be used at the discretion of the library department for the purpose noted above. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 2607, gift acceptance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion passed. So Jamie,
Yeah. Really quickly, I just want to thank the fire department, police department, DPW, and our veterans and volunteers for doing an amazing job cleaning up the common and orchestrating the entire procession for Officer Laporta last week. They did a great job. If anybody saw it on TV, it was just an incredible ceremony, and our staff had a lot to do with that. I was really proud to see what the veterans did, so thank you to them. I just want to note in my memo on the budget hearings for the council are May 20th and 21st. It's just a little typo, even though that's been published everywhere else. I'm not going to go through this memo just because it's late. I would just say to any of you, do you have any questions? Any comments? I did email Councilor DeLorco. We did set up a meeting with the school committee chair, I think in a couple weeks.
2 weeks, I think.
I did give all these dates to the school committee and the superintendent, so nobody should feel like they're left out. But does anybody have any questions about the process, the memo, the timing? Happy to answer them, but it's pretty well laid out right there. You know, there's one other date on here I didn't put on, which was March 18th. At your meeting, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education is going to come in. I did invite, while we were meeting, the headmaster, Heather, from the charter school to come to that meeting as well, so that if she has any feedback and commentary on how charter schools relate to the Chapter 70 formula, happy to add her to that conversation. But I would just ask if anybody has any questions or comments about the timeline.
Go ahead, Ted.
I just, and I know staff capacity is an issue, Jamie, but is there any plans to maybe even at a lesser rate, but to bring back those joint budget subcommittee meetings? Because I do think the feedback we got from the public was very positive, and they felt very, they were well attended. They, you know, people asked a lot of questions. I do think it dispelled a lot of rumors.
Yeah.
You know, we're just in an age when we have to do more to try to engage more people in these budget realities, and I feel like if we stop those open conversations, we're kind of hurting ourselves, so. But maybe we don't, maybe we just can't do 6, maybe we can do.
I mean, I agree.
3,
I just don't know who's doing them, when we're doing them. I mean, we can do them in March, but after the February 11th meeting, you know, if I'm gonna put out a budget for FinCom for the first week in April, I mean, my team, it takes about 4 or 5 weeks for Lucas, the school staff, all of us to produce the documents for a budget release. So, it's hard. I'm open to any ideas people have. I agree the feedback was good. It ultimately didn't work in the end, because it lost. It's just tough. I don't know.
I think there's
you
more
know.
to doing them than just to try to get an override passed.
Well, that wasn't also just for an override.
No,
Like,
no, I know.
mean,
but
I know
but
it a
for
little
you
bit
to
was,
say it
but
failed, I
I
think
think
there was some success.
I think, well, part of it I'll say is this, it didn't really draw out that many people, right? It did, but yeah, everyone had 20, you came to all of them. I mean, yeah, there was an extra different 10 or 15, 20, I know Steve
people.
came to a lot of them. But we're just still missing thousands of people. And those thousands of people that we didn't reach are not coming here for a meeting. And they're not going to the Elks. We did one at the Elks, RJ, library, I mean,
Senior Center.
they're not coming out. And I think part of it is we have to go to them, and this is a hard reality, right? I think a lot of you, the school committee, the finance committee, have to figure out ways on how to reach people so that they care about this stuff, right? And I don't know the answer to that. The FinCom is gonna go through every line item, every budget. I mean, they're gonna dig in, they go through every line item of everything every year. I'd love it if people went to the finance committee meetings, but people just don't. We had a great conversation last week, 2 hours about development. From the people that watched, I got a lot of great feedback, but generally it's the same people watching too. So for all the questions swirling around the economics of 444 and everything else, you know, and I thought the finance committee's folks really picked it up. I mean, they really did kind of understand the cause and effect. The chief spoke about it. Superintendent spoke, like, I just wish people would go to the finance committee meetings, because everything that people are saying they want is happening there. It's just tough, right? And Ken kind of knows because he was on it. I don't know. We're happy to have more joint budget meetings in March.
I'm going to piggyback on.
But, I mean, once you get to April, the goal is to, I think, help people understand the budget more. So, and then, Mr. Chairman, you'd have to appoint 4 members here.
I got them already.
If you want to appoint them, and I'll try to get a group together. I assume the school committee has 4 people. You know, finance committee has 4. I mean, they'll just do the same 4 probably from last year, but.
So I'll point them right now. It would be Councilor Malloy.
Okay.
Ken, Ted, and Jean.
All right, I'll see if the school committee members are there, and the finance committee.
Do I appoint the chair?
Good question. I'd have to go back and look at the charge.
Yeah, look at the charter, see what that is.
Yeah, the charge. Sure. We'll try to do something. But I guess I gotta be a little blunt. The 16 elected members have to figure this out. Ultimately, the finance committee is gonna go through a review, they're gonna give you a recommendation, and it's gonna be fairly balanced, right? It's gonna be professional, mature, it's gonna be based on what they know, there's a lot of expertise on the committee. But at some point, we need the school committee and the town council to lead this community, to organize people, to have them be interested in this. This is a 15, 20-year problem that the staff are just not gonna be able to get the excitement out there. And unfortunately, that means on your end, and I mean this sincerely, all 9 of you and all 7 school committee members have to sacrifice other issues, other time, parts of your life. I have heard that some of you have met with some other people to try to talk about these budget issues, and I think organically and serendipitously, the elected officials have to figure out how to do this. I don't know how else to do it.
The way and I don't know how to do it
Yeah.
either. But what I look back at is when we started the SAFE Coalition.
Right.
And how we got the word out to the SAFE Coalition, and we filled the whole auditorium at the high school, and they were outside. Now, I don't know how to do that, but if we could do that and get it at the high school that way, we could reach a lot more people. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to do that either, but if there's any other ways we can do that.
And the town really didn't have a lot of big role in that.
You
when
guys
did-
had no role in
We
it,
had,
really.
right, I was
No.
right when I got here. You guys
Yeah.
were just marching on your
We
own
went-
thing.
We went door to
Right.
door, we knocked on
That's
doors.
it.
Well, there you
We
have
did, huh? And that's what we did. We knocked on doors, we gave pamphlets out every night, and that's what we did. And, it worked.
It
I was
works.
amazed at that, because there was standing room only.
Yeah.
And that's a big auditorium, and, it was standing room only. But that's what we did. Saturdays, we went out and knocked on doors, we did a lot of things like that. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes, but I still don't know, they might shut the door in your face too. You know what I mean?
You're never gonna know what they're going to
Right,
do.
no, I agree.
But love the idea of
Yeah.
knocking on doors, love the idea of having this and doing it, when there isn't what some people will consider an ulterior motive, when there
Right.
isn't an override on the budget. But if we're going out there and schedule something, late enough where what we're doing is having a discussion about the budget that's proposed and why it is what it is, that's much more educational for folks. And yes, they will have concerns, that's fine. We want them to bring those concerns and recognize where the issues are, and so that we can also explain why the decisions that are made are the decisions that were made. Help them understand the constraints that we are working with. Because that's how you start to build that groundswell for down the road. What do we do differently? But to get there, to your point, that will require us, and I'll speak to this later, will require us kind of knocking on doors, talking to our constituents or just, people that we know, so that they are aware and they can start talking to their folks. And if we have a venue like the high school auditorium, where we're having a discussion, where you've got the school committee, the finance committee, and the town council discussing the budget of Franklin, with no motive other than educate folks, I think we will get people who want to better understand the things that are stressing them out. And yeah, we'll get some people who are just there who want to complain or who want to push a specific point, but there'll be more communication and better education, which is what we sorely need as a town.
And you might find good people too, because that's how we found Jim Derrick. I'll be honest with you, Jeff, he got up and spoke, and I was sitting next to Jeff Roy, and I said, there's our guy. We didn't, because me and Jeff and myself couldn't do it because, we're too busy. And Jim took it, and then Jen was already on board, Jen took it, and,
Through that concept, this is where teachers matter. This is
Yeah.
where people on the staff matter. This is where the people that are
Very
affected
good
by it
point.
matter, right? Jim was affected by that crisis, so he
Right.
had a stake in the game. And, you know, I've said it publicly a million times before, I don't know how to make our staff and other people who are, like roads, infrastructure, right? There are people on this call tonight that are huge infrastructure advocates, you know, but they're not willing to go out and make that case to voters about what we heard tonight. And so I think, to your point, there are voter lists from the last two elections. You know who came out for the override votes. You know who are interested in budgets one way or the other. I mean, I think there's other ways, but there's got to be a coalition of a group of people formed to try to go out and do what you did for the Safe Coalition and other things to try to get people to matter.
And even if what we do is, not 6, but like
Right.
2 or 3 budget education sessions, that could be a very powerful tool for getting people of Franklin in the know. And that's where sending out an email, to voter lists and just, is one way. Knocking on doors is another way. But Facebook is certainly another way. Getting the awareness out there, giving them options to just come and learn about what is actually happening, what's going on down the street, why it's happening. I think that's an opportunity that we should at least be pushing.
I think the teachers have a big role in this, to move it forward.
I think teachers are aware
But
that
you
they
tell
do.
10 people, Caroline tells 10 people, I tell 10 people, they tell 10 people more. That's how we get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
It's a snowball roll.
Because one of the things that I think we're all recognizing is that we have challenges in this town. And some of them are, many of them are focused on financial. There isn't a quick fix. We're going to have to make decisions, but we need to get together as a group to make those decisions. And that's going to impact teachers. That's going to impact the fire department, the police department. That's going to impact DPW. That's going to impact your kids, your parents, and all of us. So if we don't get out there and if we don't get out there and actually have this conversation, we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
No, I agree.
Because otherwise, what the hell are we doing?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask through you to the town administrator, are you able to reveal, will we be able to propose a level service funded budget or something close to it, or is it going to be a little off?
I mean, right now, first of all, the governor's budget comes out on the 28th, a Wednesday, the cherry sheets. I'll know Friday at the MMA conference, the governor will give her speech and lieutenant governors check out what UGA will be at this year. They already did per pupil last year, so I doubt you'll see another increase in that. Obviously, we've put out the report and tried to really push the UGA number pretty heavily because that helps all of us. I would say if the legislature and governor funded the $351 million for 351 cities and towns for the UGA request that the MMA is pushing, that would lessen our deficit from last year by half. So that's not chump. And I'll be writing a letter, you'll get it on February 11th. Lucas and I are writing a letter to our legislative delegation. We're gonna pass it off to the school committee and the council and see if you'll advocate as well. We'll see what the governor starts with on the 28th. New growth is obviously plummeting, so our tax base is going down because of a lot of the issues that you guys are aware of. Departments, we just got through department meetings today. So I don't know where all the numbers fit yet, Max. Some stuff's going up with hopefully more aid. Some of the other numbers are gonna go down. They're gonna be changed around. We have some certainty on pensions. So at the end of the day too, I will say, and I put it in the memo, healthcare is gonna be the one number, despite all these meetings. It's all gonna change around Memorial Day when we get the bill from the GIC and whether or not we save money or whether there's an increase in that line item. Superintendent and I have already had 2 meetings. We already agree on so much, if not the whole proposal, but we'll see. And on February 11th, you'll look at the capital program, there's about $2.3 million left in free cash after the Finance Committee recommendations. So my guess is this year is, because I think to Councilor Juku's point, I think what you'd love to do is just kind of get this year by, even if you have to use one-time money. because I still think the longer-term strategy is probably more important than just looking at right now this year. Even if you have to make a little cuts, you have to use one-time money, I think there's a way to make it all work. But I'm nervous about FY '28, '29 in the future. Because what you saw here too tonight is you're gonna probably need to do a water rate hike for the hillside tank. And I think this comes into the conversation we had, like, there's water rates that went up, we had, things out of our control went up with price, the CPA thing, the debt exclusion just hit for Tri-County. I don't know how much more bandwidth the public has for more money coming out of their pocket to anything.
I think.
Some people just say, let it break. And that may be what, what has to happen too, so.
But I agree, if we can get through tonight towards.
This year.
It will give us more time to get out there and get to the people and get the big thing that we want done. We're on short terms right now, you know what I mean? So.
And I think we reframe, or as I'm thinking about what's happened, and if we're able to kind of put it together that way, Jamie, and we get through this next year, I think it's, to your point, it's more about the structure of it, structural deficit that you've been talking about for years. I'm almost thinking it's the financial structure of the town going forward for the next couple of years. What are we going to need? How much money is that going to take? Where are we going to get it? And I think we're really inviting people to become educated about it, but I think the hook that we have to find is their participation and what they can do to help, whether it's through ideas or other contributions. I mean, I'd love to ask residents and employees of the town, like, what would you do to save money? Because there's a couple of components to it, what we could save, what we could raise, and what we could,
What are we missing?
Yeah, how do we fill those gaps in and get them to participate in that somehow? So I'd love it if we can kind of frame it in a different sort of way, like, how are we all going to work together to try to address our financial needs for the next couple of years?
Yeah.
To combat that, I think what you're trying to say is, we need your help. Please give us your help.
Yeah, well, help us, let us share the problem with you, let us learn together what the problem really is. We've said that a lot on the campaign trail, like, we've got to get educated around what's happening, where there's opportunity maybe to save, where there's opportunity to grow, where there's opportunity to, further invest, or if we're going to raise money, how we're going to do that. So, just my 2 cents.
No, I kind of agree with you.
To go on to that point, I think that, last year with the budget cuts after the second failed override, when we lost the summer interns and the trash pickup, I felt like that was, a lot of people were very angry about it, but it seemed to me that could have been an opportunity to say, hey, listen, this is where we all share in the responsibility here. We just need you to take your trash, whatever you bring in, you take out, we're all doing this together. And I think if you looked at it that way, at least to me, it actually didn't seem like this huge burden. It didn't seem like, vindictive or punitive, which is what, a lot of the residents said it was. And I feel like maybe that was just a failure in the communication, or I don't know, or even just the setup of it, the way that it was discussed. And so, to your point about getting people on board, I think, even if it's some of these things that come out of it, hey, we've got to cut back on this, if we can get people to kind of see it, listen, it's just, we're all in this town, we all have to take care of it together. I think we can get a lot more buy-in, and a lot more support for those kind of
We gotta get them.
measures.
We gotta get them.
We gotta get them.
Caroline.
Well,
We have to figure out
that's-
what we do on our side to get them there. I think we could have gotten there, or the previous town council could have gotten people there. And I don't know where that broke down, but I thought it was just a way of sharing responsibility.
Well, without the immediate pressure of an override or not, I think that takes a lot of heat out of the discussion.
Because I don't think a lot of people came, this is just an open discussion anyway,
Yeah.
but I don't think a lot of people came because they said, they're gonna talk about the override. I'm not voting for the override,
Right.
so I'm not going.
Or they
So,
came because of the override,
Oh, yeah,
and they
yeah.
wanted to argue
Yep.
for it
Yeah,
or against
either
it,
way,
or
but
whatever,
I
so.
think we lost a lot because they weren't gonna come because they voted no anyway.
Which is why it's so important to do it when there isn't an
Yes.
override.
Exactly,
on the ballot.
exactly.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead.
No, that's okay. Jamie, and I don't remember now what meeting we agreed that we were gonna try to do this, so forgive me.
Yep.
But at some point, we talked about having a retreat with the council and the school committee on a Saturday to just sort of have a kumbaya with it. I believe we even talked about having a mediator, somebody other than you and Lucas that could, kind of guide us through, not necessarily goal setting, but I believe it was much more about the budget and about morale and just about the two groups working together. I don't know if that kind of fell off just because of staffing challenges, or if maybe you're working on it, we don't know about it, but if we could, I think that's sort of like the precursor to doing these big public joint budget meetings instead of it being forced, because I feel like everybody gets their dukes up when they're fighting for their budgets,
Totally.
and then it almost becomes like counter what we're trying to do.
So there's a couple things on that. You're right. I think to Councilor Griffith's point too, I've said to the library board of directors, the Friends of the Franklin Elders, the Senior Center, the Teachers Union, like every group lost something. And what's so disheartening is they can't see the losses of everybody else and somehow come together to realize everybody's sharing in the pain. And I don't know if it's a sociology thing these days. It just feels like everyone's really just stuck into their lane. It's hard to get them out. I think that's where leadership comes in. You're the elected citizen peers, you and the school committee. And a lot of this, I think, does fall on the town council and the school committee to lead the community towards somehow educating these issues. But also to Councilor Griffith's point, I think sometimes people have to hear a lot of things they don't want to hear. And in terms of the retreat or strategic planning on your February 4th meeting, we'll try to start the early list of goals. You'll have an executive session to deal with some land stuff that night, which deals with goals. But I think if you want to have a third party come in to try to manage a 5-year strategic plan, like we're a retreat almost, February 4th would be the day to decide that, right? And say, okay.
Make it a goal.
Make it a goal,
Okay.
make it an immediate one, get buy-in from the school committee, the superintendent, and say, we're gonna go spend $25,000 of free cash, say, to hire a third party. I'll have a few examples. Rentham just completed theirs. The town of Westford just completed theirs. Westford looked at values. Like, they stepped up another 10,000 feet and said, who are we? Because they had a major financial problem too. And they lost a $7 million override a year and a half ago, and they went, oh my God. And it was the same problem here, right? It was just a lot of fighting, a lot of discontent, and they stepped back and said, what are we fighting for here? What are our values as a community? And it was a, therapy process. I mean, basically, right? It's kind of getting everybody together and reflecting a little. We could do something like that, and then look out 5 years and say, what are we trying to accomplish here? Do we want a police station? Does that fit in? Yes, no. Remington Jefferson, does that fit in? Yes, no. Do you want to go out and borrow money for debt exclusion? Yes, no. Do we want to fit, and you try to work, do we want to still prioritize sustainability? There's a lot of questions you could add to this, right? But they'll referee that, and we'll pick a consultant, and they can walk you through that process. That's going to take some months, but that kind of piggybacks with the concept of, let's try to scrape by this year and figure out where the numbers are. I'm really keeping my fingers crossed that, a lot of the advocacy and side work I do on weekends and here or there with the administration and the legislature will work, and they'll give us a bump in local aid this year in an election year. I really hope that, and I really think it's advantageous to them to do that, and hopefully that'll help us out. But if we can scrape by this year, you guys can kind of see that strategic plan working, longer
Give us
term.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the master plan should be the guiding principle, because that already had a ton of work and a ton of people contributing. But having
It's higher than, it's even higher up than that.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
to take a strategic plan from that.
That's right.
And is.
Yes.
Is our next step.
Yeah.
And it's in my opinion, it's the only way we're ever gonna get
Yeah.
consensus.
And I will say, one flaw of the
Try to
master
figure
plan,
this
in my
out.
view, was they really didn't put a school part in it, which seems to me to be a massive oversight and a big problem that somehow the core and heart and soul of your community was not reflected in that long document, you know? Just a missed chance to really, especially while the schools were going through redistricting, you know, what's their vision for 5 years? We hear about everything we've lost, but nobody talks about where are we going? And with all due respect, like, a lot of the stuff that was lost was due to declining enrollment, declining interest. Like, there were reasons why things were lost, right? And there was actions that weren't taken by previous school committees years ago. But still, the question for the master plan should have been, where do you want to be in 10 years for the school department? And make them go through that exercise. You guys shouldn't have to go through all that. There's a school committee to do that. They should be
Right.
going through where they are in 5, 10 years, right? I know they dip into it a little bit, but I think that it might be a healthy exercise to bring everybody together and at least start that.
We can do it together.
You
Right?
yeah.
Where maybe they wouldn't feel under the microscope or attacked or.
Totally agree.
Defensive, where maybe the school committee folks would truly feel like,
Right.
you know, hey, it's a new day.
Absolutely.
But we gotta figure this out together.
And I would love to, I would, that's right.
Entities to set
Right.
goals.
Well, we're meeting,
Kind of,
we're meeting, Jamie set a
The
meeting
second
up
or
first.
third or
so
something, yeah.
We'll bring that all up.
But to that point, Ted, I think also, you know, how do the schools fit into water rates?
Yep.
It may not directly impact them, but water rates are more money out of people's pocket. So when you ask for an override and you don't know people are already taxed out because of water rates, tri-county debt exclusion, Beaver Street Interceptor, people are just saying, I don't have any more to give. Sorry, I don't care what it's for.
But that's 100% where we are.
And we need the
right
school
now.
committee members to understand the DPW constraint, right? We need everybody to understand each other's constraints.
But that's
Right.
why
That-
this conversation is
Exactly.
so important. Like,
That's what we just, yeah, I'm glad we had it, even though it's late.
No, absolutely. No, I only brought it up because I
Alright, so-
think
No, it's
there's
good.
benefit to this.
So,
Uh,
but, let's move on.
Nothing else.
I'm all done.
So, you wanna go to future agenda items? Council
Ken?
Malloy?
And counselor comments?
You can do council comments together.
Wrap them up together. Jamie mentioned some of the recognition I wanted to give to the town for the funeral for the officer. Thought that was great. I was going to mention too, maybe for the people watching at home, if there's anybody left or watching it on tape, to go look at that finance committee meeting from last week. That was great. Very helpful, very useful. Future agenda items, there's a lot coming up, so I don't know that I'm going to throw anything on the pile right now, so I think we're good.
Ken?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Councilman Malloy, I'm spot on with you in both of your comments and the recognition on those pieces. One of the things, in terms of comments, one of the things I appreciate about this council is just kind of the range of experience and perspectives that we all bring to it. It's fantastic. Everybody's volunteering their time, trying to contribute to our community. But, I was thinking back on some of the appointments and, that we've had, Mark Minichelli's comments, and today with both Isabel and Jen. I agree and, have questions as well. We need to get answers to certain questions, but let's try not to make these volunteers feel like we're putting them in front of a firing squad. We already have an issue where we don't have as many volunteers as we'd like for qualified volunteers as we'd like for positions. And it's great when people realize, oh, there's something that I might be interested in, I want to throw my hat in the ring. That's fantastic. But we've got a process in place for a reason. And so when there's an appointment, let's take a look at it, take a critical look at it and try to respond to that. But let's also try to be respectful of the fact that these are individuals who are looking to volunteer their time to serve the town of Franklin, just the same way we are. I don't know that I can stress that enough. And I'm not saying that anybody's being mean or
No.
I just know
Like, if I were sitting in their seats today, I might have felt more under the gun than I think we wanted them to, especially when these were unanimous votes for both of them. Okay, so.
All right, well, Ken just took most of my comments. But yeah, to reiterate that, and we don't want to appoint people we don't want to grill them on, like, would you do what we want you to do? Because we are looking for people who are, they're qualified and they are good fits, and we want a diversity of perspectives there. And so I think as long as, they're being nominated for their merit and their fitness, which is, what our charter says, and that's what we are determining. So I'm gonna leave that because I think Ken said it really well, much better than I can. Another thing I wanted to say about the conversation in the ZBA is that, Mr. Halligan got up and he made a comment about how someone online was disparaging and him and making comments that were inaccurate and could be damaging to his career, to his reputation, and I think that is just a major problem. And then 10 minutes later, we saw someone get up at the microphone and then make similar comments about one of our nominees. And so I was just so struck at how we had one person, and they were making the same points, right? They were both really, arguing for other candidates, but they were, one was saying, this was done to me and it's not okay, and the other one was saying, well, he's doing it to her. So I just think we need to be very, very careful about the information that we are taking in and the information that is being shared, and putting a stop to that. It's like, he doesn't need to be grilling her at the microphone. This wasn't the right situation for that. But also, I know we got at least, I've seen an email saying, I've heard these things as well, and so we just need to be very careful that when we're getting information that is not validated, that we don't know whether it's true, that we're not allowing that to color our perceptions of people. And then my last comment is that I just want to recognize Steve Sherlock, who is still here at quarter to 11 at night. He was always here until 11 o'clock at night as the only person left in the room. And he does so much. He's here, he's always recording, he gets the summaries up. Anyway, you're making sure that the community stays informed, and you are giving all of your time and half of your night. And I just wanted to say thank you for what you do, because it is a sacrifice, and we recognize it, even if it's not commented on all the time. So thank you.
You all set, Karen?
I'm all set.
Max?
Did you skip some? Oh.
No, we go down, that's all we do about.
Oh, okay.
On council comments, but a lot of
Okay.
times we just go right down on
Okay.
comments.
So yes, I just wanted to let people know that I put out a poll about the goals for the upcoming meeting where we're going to be discussing our goals. I want your feedback. I'm going to be it's non-binding, but I'm going to try to use that to inform what goals I put forward. And if you get to the poll online by typing in the URL bit.ly/goalpoll. That's bit.ly/goalpoll. And I'm happy to hear your feedback. It's based on the master plan goals. Had people nominate a bunch, so please vote. So it's not a scientific poll, but it is helpful to get your feedback. And if I can have up to 3 counselors for open meeting if you want to look at them and deliberate on them. I can't have 5, but if I could have 3, I think that's allowed. So if you're interested, reach out. And that's it.
Jane?
Don't really have too much, because my brain cells are slowly dying, and I need sleep. But I do want to look at putting something on the agenda, basically so we can start the process of looking at increasing the ZBA. Because if it does have to go to a ballot vote, I would like to try to get it so we could maybe put it on the November ballot. And that's pretty much all I have to say. And please, everybody, don't park on the road Sunday night if we're getting 12 to 18 inches of snow. That's it.
Ted?
Okay, so, hold on a second. I don't know if everybody got the email, but I wanted to make sure the public was aware of the call for artists and writers that went out from our cultural department. Long and, if you're not, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but basically, Corey Shea and the Cultural District and the Cultural Council, they're all working together for this program called Franklin Welcomes the World, because of the World Cup coming.
Yeah, right.
And it is an economic opportunity for the town. It's also a way to celebrate. So there's a lot of great information up on the website. They're working with hotels, they're working with restaurants, cafes, public spaces, but they're looking for artists that want to put work up, and they're looking for poets that want to exhibit their writing. Anybody can apply as long as they live or work in Franklin, if they grew up here or maybe studied here at Dean. But I would encourage you, if you're interested, you could reach out to Corey, you could look on the website, but there's a lot of, it's a really lengthy email, but there's a lot of really great information here. Shout out to the new Kojo restaurant that's open at downtown across from Birchwood. Had a little growing pains with how busy they were when they first opened, but I think they figured it out. We were able to go there and enjoy a really great meal. The service was fantastic. The inside looks great. Such a giant leap from where it was. So kudos to the owners and everybody for what they're doing. Thank you to the 30-some-odd people that did email us today about the ZBA. Thank you for sharing your, either your concerns or your questions or just your props for those people. Jane, I think what you were trying to say earlier about excise tax goes back 50 years when, and it's not a town of Franklin issue. It's what people were sold as to what excise tax was supposed to be.
No, I
Right?
knew it wasn't specific to Franklin.
Right,
was
I
just
think
curious.
Jamie heard it as a Franklin thing, but
Yeah, no.
I remember my parents talking about excise tax and that it was, oh, it's a state thing and it's, you're gonna go to roads and it's gonna go to help because that's, a benefit of driving a car. And, Bobby and I were laughing that, well, wasn't excise tax also supposed to pay for the Mass Pike? And then once the Mass Pike was done,
It was supposed to go away.
supposed to go away, but that never happened. So I think people do remember, and then they teach their kids and they teach their grandkids, and this sort of adds to the, well, it's not supposed to be just one more tax, right? That was supposed to be specific for roads. Apparently, it didn't happen, but.
Once you're taxed, you're forever
Well,
taxed.
but, it's like, and I hate vehicle excise tax, but we can talk about that another time. And I will finally, my final comment would be, to all of the little girls out there who might be watching, who are encouraged to go into math, encouraged to go into engineering, encouraged to follow STEM, tonight, we now have a 3 female-led ZBA in Franklin. Right? So three incredibly qualified, bright women in their fields, predominantly male field, right? But they are the cream of the crop, and they're giving their time to help Franklin. So to all of you little girls out there that are watching, or maybe moms and dads that are watching, keep your kids in those math and engineering classes and tell those little girls of yours they can do anything. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gene?
Well, I had a daughter who was in the STEM program, and I can say she got the most money of all the kids who went through the college system. So they definitely incentivize women in STEM, so it's great. So parents listening to that, think about it from the financial perspective. Wanted to, new items or whatever, don't really understand setting up the subcommittees that we want to do, so we're going to do that.
Well, we just set up the joint, and then we'll do the economic development.
Okay, all right, awesome.
Mike's not here, so I didn't want to.
Okay.
I don't know when you're gonna do them.
Oh,
Yeah.
for economic development, I was in Stanford last weekend at this Pickleball America. That thing is freaking insane. If we have an open space, then you want to do pickleball?
I suggested Davis there 2 years ago.
I'm
but
just, honestly.
Who knows what they're talking about?
It was
Would have been a
insane.
cash cow.
It's all the permit or possible plan, right?
Yeah.
So,
Until 11 o'clock, and it's
crowded.
I heard, yeah, I heard.
Just a couple more comments. One is about the meetings. So, yeah, a lot of people don't attend, like, say, Finance Committee, but I was looking online. People consume in different ways. I know I do.
Yeah.
I go on YouTube and I watch it. There was 461 views to date on that Finance Committee meeting. So people are watching, and I'm sure they'll get a lot more. Actually, I looked at one even that was previous, like a few years later, and that had a lot less views.
Yeah.
So I think people are watching these meetings, they just may be consuming it differently. Final comment, it seems like so long ago, but there was a citizen comment that mentioned me by name.
Oh, yeah. I forgot all about it, to be honest with you,
See that?
Gene.
Yeah, I forgot it. I'm not going to address the citizen comment. What I am going to say is that just so people out in the public understand that there is something called the Massachusetts State Ethics Commission. They advise town councils, public employees
elected
on
official,
on following the ethics rules. And I've consulted with them multiple times. Actually, I kind of have a friend on that ethics commission now that we've spoken many times, and that making sure that I'm covering everything. So just so everyone is clear, I'm a town councilor today. There's times when I might be an individual, and I retain all the individual rights as an individual. I can't represent the town. I can't represent anyone else other than myself. But as a member of town council, there's certain things that I'm not allowed to talk about, and so I'm going to talk about them. And that's all I want to say.
Okay.
All right, and motion to adjourn.
No, wait.
You jumped the gun.
Just a couple, that's all right, buddy. That's all right, buddy. Just a couple things. I want to congratulate my daughter Laura and Joe. They got engaged on Saturday, so that was a pleasant surprise. And I'd like to, it's a little bit of a sad note, but my good friend Mike Bertoni passed away a week ago, last Sunday. So he's been a lifelong resident of Franklin, a Franklin Panther forever. He probably coached, he coached with me for 10 years, but before that he probably coached at least 30 years. I think the only time he didn't coach, he went to Nipmuc once for a head coaching job, but he was always at Franklin after that. And it showed when his wake was Friday night, and you had to wait an hour and a half in line because all his players came back to just to pay their respects. He was a great guy. He'll surely be missed. And to the family, to the Bertoni family, my condolences to them and his wife and his son and daughter. So outside of that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Sorry, I was early on that. Motion to adjourn.
Non-debatable.